This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Tuesday, April 15th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Nearly every member of the Vidavoo Volunteer Fire Department resigned Thursday after weeks of controversy in the department. Detractors of the mass resignation say the department's members have been acting outside safety standards and clashing with firefighters from other departments, and that the Albany County Fire District No. 1 Board did its best to address these issues. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the leaders of the resignation wave say they left because the board operated without transparency and good faith.
People who are speaking kind of for the mass resignation crowd are saying, we don't know, we don't hear things from the board, we don't have a lot of clarity, we don't have a lot of direction. This just feels like bullying. Whereas people who are a little more critical of the current makeup of the department are saying, no, they've been reported for safety concerns.
At least one member of the department, Dave Bray, did not resign. Bray was appointed temporary interim chief after a Monday emergency meeting of the district board, and the Albany County Fire District 1 Central Department has been responding to fires in that area. In graphic testimony Monday, a former foster daughter of Stephen Marler described how he sexually assaulted her in the family's master bedroom in Casper. This was the fourth day of an anticipated 3-week trial involving more than 24 charges against a former national award-winning foster parent. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck was in the courtroom for the testimony, which included allegations of severe abuse of some of the boys in Marler's care.
There were a series of adopted sons that testified today. One of them talked about how they had just finished shoveling off a metal roof at the Marler household, and then he wasn't going fast enough to get off the roof. He said he was trying to be careful because of ice, and Stephen Marler kicked him in the back and sent him off the roof into some jagged metal at the end of the roof, cut his leg.
Other former foster children also detailed alleged physical abuse in the family's Casper Mountain home. The longtime nationwide debate over abortion has made its way to the Park County Animal Shelter in Cody, where the facility's director has resigned over a policy to perform spay abortions on pregnant cats. Cody resident Jonna Harris told Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson on Monday that she quit because of the shelter's lack of public transparency about its policies on spaying pregnant cats.
Jonna Harris basically just feels that the animal shelter and the board have adopted kind of a blanket policy for performing these spay abortions, and she doesn't believe that's right. She believes that it should really only be done at least on a case-by-case basis and be kind of limited to more kind of medical conditions. She feels like the animal shelter is not being transparent with the public about this policy.
One of the previous executive directors said the position at the shelter is a difficult one that involves navigating professionalism and empathy for humans and animals. But she said she also ran into problems with the board that caused her to resign. Harris was the fourth executive director to serve in the position since 2018. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicolason Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
Well, if you've ever wanted to have a pet kangaroo, the good news is the Wyoming Game and Fish Department can issue you a permit to own one. The bad news is, as an outside pet, your kangaroo would probably freeze to death here. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines uncovered these facts while researching a popular post making the rounds on social media, which claims to show a map of where a person can legally own a kangaroo in the U.S.
It lists Wyoming as a state where it is not legal to own a kangaroo. According to what I found out, that is not true. You can. Wyoming Game and Fish Department lists kangaroos and wallabies, by the way, as animals that you can legally own in Wyoming, provided you have a special permit to do so. I talked to one person I know who does animal rescue. We featured her before. She has some exotics at her place. She's got cotamundri and some different like South American raccoons and some odd animals. She said no kangaroos yet, but if she gets the opportunity, she'd love to have one.
Kangaroos can endure chilly weather relative to what they're accustomed to on on their home turf in Australia, meaning about 37 degrees at the coldest. Wyoming's cold and freezing winds, not so much. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Derek! Go wash up and grab your sister.
Okay, but first... Where's Grandma?
Hey, Mama. Ma.
I'm worried about Mom.
Mom? She's fine. These the ones, right, Mama?
Yeah, groundlings.
Sweet potatoes.
Sweet potato.
Daddy, it's salty.
Grandma's just getting old. Some things come with age.
And some don't.
Early detection of Alzheimer's can lead to better care for your loved one.
Add 2 eggs.
Learn the early warning signs at 10signs.org.
Good Tuesday morning. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's tax day. Oh. And we got a lot going on today. Special guests, including Brenda Sellers, straight out of Prater Flats, Tennessee. She's going to tell you a lot of things. She's going to help you just enjoy life more. Secret to her success, laughing more and traveling. And she's a to-do lister. Loves filling out her to-do list. I'm not a good list maker. I try, but Brenda's also a best-selling author, and she'll be on the show later today. Meanwhile, more importantly, it's Jen Coker into the Zoom room first thing this morning. How's everything?
Good. I might be Brenda's opposite.
Like I'm not.
I'm definitely a lister, but I get like 3 items on it done.
Yeah.
I think Brenda gets it all done.
Well, she didn't mention that. She just said she makes the list. So checking it off, I don't know. I'll ask her.
Okay. Yeah. Because I'm wondering if that makes her happy. Like if she gives herself a break, because I don't. I like beat myself at the end of the day because I only did the 3 items and not the 20.
Right, which would discourage you from becoming a to-do lister because, yeah, you look at how, look, I only did 1 of the 20 and you're not going to make the list anymore, are you?
No.
Right.
Yeah. And I don't smile while doing it.
You take time to laugh, though. You're not all serious, are you?
No, I do some laughing.
Yeah, I try to be that way, but I did my taxes Sunday. I was not a laugher on Sunday. Ooh. Is your taxes long done, your tax return?
I did them early this year because of I have student loans, which govern my life.
Ooh.
So I tried to get those knocked out this year so I could get my student loans reevaluated. Now everything's on pause. So I did them early for no reason. And yeah, they were painful this year.
Yeah. Yeah, I had to owe.
Yeah. Do you do quarterlies? You're
No, and I get penalized for not doing it. Yeah, I forget every year, and then I do my taxes on TurboTax. And, you should have been paying us taxes all along. $50. All right, whatever. That's what the government wants. Here's another 50. As long as I'm forking it out. What's that for? I don't know.
Yeah, who knows?
Let's talk about your stories. One, did you know, Jan, you wrote a story about cyber criminals get more personal, scamming Wyomingites out of millions. We all hear from the sheriff's office, whatever county you're in. They're always sending out press releases like, be careful of this. This is the scam of the week, scam of the month. These folks who want to, get your money without paying taxes, without working for it. have devised elaborate ways to scheme you out of your money. And some of them, boy, they do get downright personal. They're really good at this, Jen.
Yeah, what struck me about that is, and I can't do enough of these stories on cybercrime just because I feel like it's my civic duty.
Yeah.
And what struck me too was, for anybody looking at jobs, they're getting to the point where they are looking at your background, so they kind of know how to target you. So, for example, one of the people got heard from Warner Brothers. Well, this person's a creative wannabe filmmaker. So obviously, when they hear they've been recruited, there's all that they want you to do is click on that link. And so many of us will click on that link just to get more information.
Wait a minute. What do you mean? Like somebody's looking at your job hiring? What's that about? I don't understand.
Yeah, say you have a LinkedIn profile, for example.
Okay, right.
Yeah, and I've got this scam happen to me all the time now, where somebody will say, "Hey, your skills. I love your creative writing background, and I've got a job for you. So either respond to me or click on this link to find out more." And up until I have the cybersecurity, that's something I live in fear of. So I spend a lot of time talking to people about how not to get scammed. But I mean, think about that. If you got a job, somebody reached out to you on LinkedIn and you thought, all right, they think I'm brilliant and they're going to give me a job. So you would just click on that. So now I don't click on any links. I don't respond to people on sometimes I'll respond to them on LinkedIn just to tell them I know it's a scam. But it's just real insidious now. Go ahead.
I was going to say, now that you say that, I get those too. I get from your profile. I'm like, where did they get my profile? Oh, they know my skill set because of LinkedIn. And I'll get a text saying, boy, this job's going to be perfect for you, or we're hiring in your area and stuff. I mean, obviously being contacted outside the platform should be a red flag. Like if you're in LinkedIn and you get a text, like how did they get my number? Or you get even if you get an email to an email you're not necessarily signed into LinkedIn with, that should be a red flag. Like, why are they contacting me in this fashion? How you're contacted by any given potential cyber criminal is important, and especially law enforcement. Law enforcement isn't going to text you if we want to talk about the jury scam anyway. But yeah, what do you do? The LinkedIn thing is LinkedIn. They have some protections, right? They have, can they, create some kind of security where you can be relatively sure this is, because that's why LinkedIn exists, right? So you can maybe get a different job.
Yeah, I know you can report them. I don't know about how because I've started reporting them because I got, for example, the same message from 3 different profiles. So I'm like, this is the same scammer. So I reported all of those, and then you can block them. So but that was directly on the platform. So you have to be super vigilant. But you're right. Once anybody tells you to go over to WhatsApp or Telegram, and I've learned from the cyber experts that those are your 2 sites that you do want to stay away from. Telegram in particular, I've been told is the worst.
Well,
so, so anytime they start redirecting you somewhere else, you've got a scam there.
We got all kinds of elaborate terms for this, like spear phishing. I mean, we hear about, phishing and scamming, all these scams. What's spear phishing is what we're talking about, or what is that?
Yeah, that's exactly what it's phishing, but spear phishing. So it's very targeted toward you. And that's so this is where they're going on your Facebook page and figuring out your interest. For example, if they see you post a lot about dogs, if you're into rescues or just dogs in general, they'll try to trick you into sending you dog-centric material. And, it only takes 1 click. So if you accidentally click on something, and you might get malware or any other kind of situation. What I'm dealing with, this kind of happened off to the side, but somebody contacted me because their Facebook page got hacked. And this person is sending pictures of their kids out, and they can't access their page. So they're just watching it happen. And they recently did a cyber auction, And it was supposedly the woman's dead uncle. And she was auctioning all this stuff, and her friends were on there like buying stuff. And she can't get on there to say stop. And so she called, you can't call Facebook. So she contacted Facebook, and they said, nope, sorry, we see nothing wrong there. So I'm trying to contact Facebook, and I'm getting the same, lack of response.
It's frustrating when you try to contact a nebulous or thing like Facebook. What is Facebook?
Yeah.
And nobody's sitting waiting at the hotline. I know my wife's Facebook got hacked as well, and she had no control of it. She had to create a whole new account. The old one was just, she took it down. Like, she had control to at least delete it. But yeah, to what end, Jen? Like, if you get one of the LinkedIn scams, somebody says, "Oh, we got a job for you. You'd be perfect for it. We're hiring here. Click on this link." Is that really all it takes? You talk to Cyber Wyoming. You talk to some people. Like, where does it go from there? Obviously, if you're asked to put in any kind of password or something like, "Oh, you'll have to re-sign into LinkedIn to do this," you're like, that should tell you, hold on. Anytime you're asked for your password, wait a minute, take a breath. But just clicking on a link, what could that do?
It could download malware.
Ugh.
So that's one thing it could do. And that's a real common thing it could do. So once malware is downloaded, then malware is written to do specific instructions. So it depends on what the hacker wants, whether they want to, get your financial information, your passwords, whatever it writes the malware to do, it will do. And also, if you think about, say you think you have a job, you talk to somebody and they said, yeah, this job is yours, and you just need to fill out this paperwork. Well, that's so common for us, right? Especially as a freelancer, you're used to that type of stuff. So if you say fill out an application and you think you've got the job, you might give them your banking information. And once you do that, it's out there.
Even the most peace-loving person who adheres to turn the other cheek and all that just wants to get one of these scammers under my thumb. I want to choke them out. That's one scam. Yeah, I've seen those. You're absolutely right. You know what's going around now, too? And a friend of mine here in the Jackson area fell victim to this, like thousands of dollars. And boy, you have to know better when they ask for money via unconventional ways like Bitcoin or go get a gift card at Target. Come on, nobody's, for jury duty, the sheriff's office is not going to ask you to pay him in Bitcoin. But the sheriff, the jury duty thing is a big scam right now, and it works pretty well because the fear of, you've missed jury duty. And it works for a lot of people because you think, maybe I threw that, and maybe it looked like junk mail and I didn't even see that piece of mail. I missed jury duty, and now the sheriff's office is telling me that, you could be jailed. That's important, missing jury duty. And then they tell you ways to remedy it, and it's going to be a fine that you need to pay. You got to pay it immediately. Like, how fast you need to do things should be a red flag. Like, can this wait? Can I do it next week? Can I send you it? No, you got to do it right now, and you got to go to a ATM. Like, come on. But yeah, jury duty, people posing as law enforcement, spoofing the phone number of law enforcement. That's another one.
That's another one. Yeah. And that's exactly what happened here in Campbell County. And, you think, and this poor man's out $11,000.
Oh.
And yeah, and he did the Bitcoin thing. And I was talking to the undersheriff about it. And one, we were both blown away that he had 11,000 in his bank account to give him. But that aside, the psychology is something else. That is really a big part of cybercrime. So say when you're threatened, you see that call number coming in from the sheriff, your logic kind of falls to the wayside when you're being threatened with jail time. So, and this guy thought he really did miss jury duty. So he was like, ooh, how do I fix this? I don't want to go to jail. So in the heat of the moment, you're not logical. And he told the sheriff, he realized midway through the scam when he gave 11,000 in Bitcoin and they were wanting more, he thought to ask, how do you say the sheriff's last name, Matheny? And the guy had no idea. So there he knew. However, unfortunately, he thought of that too late after he'd given 11,000. And unfortunately, at that point, you can't get that money back. You know, in theory, the FBI does look into these cyber crimes, but I've been told by somebody who is a white hat or a hacker for good now, he said that money's not recoverable. And he said they won't even touch it unless it's like more than $100,000 if they'll touch it.
Right.
So.
Man, well, that's you mentioned the going for the second bite of the apple. That's another red flag. If you have been victimized once, you could save yourself because they almost always say, "Oh, you know, once they figure that you made one withdrawal, you can make more, and they'll ask for more." That's a common hacker thing. Preying on your fear. That's huge. I mean, that's age old as advertising has ever been. Advertising creates a fear and then gives you the cure. Another way to target people and get you flustered is using your triggers, your emotions. Some of these romance websites could be looking to rip you off. Everybody's trying to figure your psychology 101 and trigger you emotion-wise.
Yeah, and that one, when I spoke to Powell Police Chief Jim Ray, he surprised me because he said, you know, there was a scam where it was a romance scam, and this person was sending their fake romantic partner money, and he went to them with proof that this person wasn't real. And the guy was like, well, that's okay. It just defied logic.
Right.
So I don't know if you think that you tell yourself, I don't know.
All of a sudden, I'm afraid to get on the interwebs today. Be careful out there.
Me too. But I've got a really good non-cybercrime story coming up for you, Jake, this week. You're going to want to talk to this guy. He's a former cartel drug runner. Yeah, he's born in Thermopolis. Pilot. He was a commercial airline pilot, Vietnam jet fighter. Went for bad, took the money and spent years in a Mexican prison.
Wow. Well, I can promise him if he gets on with me in the Zoom room, I can blur his face and digitize his voice to protect him.
He's out. He's out. In fact, the way I found him, he released a memoir. So he's out.
Very interesting, Jen. And you hooked us up with the John Benet Ramsey folks. We had a fun time with them last week on Friday. Wow. You're hired as an assistant producer of the
excellent. I'll take it. But I fill out paperwork online.
But be careful what you click. I'm going to send you a link. Be careful clicking on it, though. Thanks, Jen.
You have a good one, Jake.
All right. Have a great Tuesday. I'm lost on the days. Have a great Tuesday. Thank you.
You too.
Jen Coker on the show. Let's take a quick break. Get Greg Johnson into here.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
You're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily. Because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you. and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So?
So, individually, maybe those things are no big deal. But taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
Cowboy State Daily Show here on a Tuesday. Jake, Greg coming at you live from the Zoom room. Greg, how's your Tuesday going so far? You getting along?
Yeah, so far.
Good. Haven't been severely agitated yet. How long does it usually take? You know, it's early in the morning, but but what?
It starts the night before.
You're aggravated early each day the night before. Wow.
Well, I get a jump on it.
Yeah. I hear you. Well, maybe there's a career change in the making. You know what your next job could be, and you'll make some real money here. You could caddy one of these golfers that was in the Masters. You know how much those guys make? Just carrying the clubs around.
Yeah, I'd be a terrible caddy. I'd be like the caddy in Happy Gilmore, man. I wouldn't take care of the stuff right. I wouldn't know what to do.
I got a feeling I would also. And I would not be encouraging to my guy. Like if I'm going around with Rory McIlroy, I'd be like, I think it's like 80 yards, could be 180. And there's no way you can make that shot. I would be like the worst dude to prop up I'd give him the wrong clubs. The bag would be full of beer instead of clubs. But these caddies make bank for just carrying about a bunch of clubs. For instance, if they make 10% of your winnings. So when Scotty Scheffler won the Masters last year, he won $3.6 million. 360 grand went to his caddy, Ted Scott. 360,000 for one event. 10% of the winnings, 7% if you win it all. 7% is standard for a top 10 finish, 5% just for making the cut and finishing. That's plus anywhere from $2 to $4 grand a week base salary. So yeah.
Do you know what that means?
What?
It means that Caddyshack lied to us.
What? I can't remember what did the caddies do? Like nothing, right? They just did it for.
They were getting nothing, man. They were
right.
They're scrounging for tips and stuff.
Right.
The rich guys at the club were stingy, except for Chevy Chase.
Yeah, they were just happy to hang out with like a really good golfer. Not so. These real professional caddies, they make a little bit of money. Now, I didn't know. Well, I guess I do know that you do make money as a volunteer firefighter. You're not a paid salaried person, but there is money involved. One of our big stories today is Claire McFarland's story about the Vidavoo Volunteer Fire Department, and almost the whole department just up and resigned, and there's problems there. What's at the heart of it, or are we ever going to know?
Well, I mean, I'm sure apparently it was a while in the making, but yeah, some pretty harsh feelings between the volunteer department and and the Albany County uh, Fire District that kind of oversees everything. You know, they suspended their chief and assistant chief, claiming that the Vidavoo firefighters were a little out of control. They were getting complaints, and but then the firefighters say, "Well, no, you guys just aren't being transparent about what's going on with things, and we just with just bad blood between them." And yeah, it's a yeah, it's not a good situation.
There's a lot of it's like an iceberg. Only what we see is not the whole story. There's a lot underwater. The story, here's the quote in Claire's story from a former Vidavoo Fire Department chief, Matt Isborn, said, the story is way bigger than media understands. So even though we present the story with the facts we have, there is stuff bubbling under. And bottom line, folks who are looking for the fire truck to show up from the Vidavoo Fire Department, that's all they care about. They want the spats to get over and figure it out and bring the Dalmatian and the hose when my house is on fire. Vidavoo covers what do they cover if you're talking about Albany County?
It's a pretty rural part of the county.
Yeah.
You know, where Vidavoo is off of the highway there, and they do a lot of support. You know, if in that whole area around Buford and stuff where crashes happen and stuff.
Yeah.
They're the ones who are called out for that. Things like that. So I mean, they're just they're like most of the volunteer firefighters in Wyoming departments, because it's pretty rural, and yeah, it's a volunteer department. So the call goes out, and as they can, they show up, and for the most part, businesses, employers are pretty cool with that.
Right. These are the folks that, just slap that blue light or the red light atop whatever their vehicle. When they hear the call go out, the page go out. There are staffers at the, station, but a great majority are the volunteer fire department. And yeah, they're ready to go. 1 minute they're in the cubicle, the next minute they're putting on their fire stuff and heading out. How about this Jonah Harris, Cody resident who runs the Park County Animal Shelter. She's the director, or was. She's now resigned, and we're looking at another labor dispute or another issue. She told the Cowboy State Daily she quit because of the shelter's lack of transparency about its policies spaying pregnant cats. What the board, I guess, issued a blanket policy about spaying pregnant cats, and she thinks it should be case by case. You can't just spay pregnant cats. I don't know. I don't feel weird like stepping in the middle of this, because I have opinions on what you do with pregnant cats that, I don't know.
It seems pretty in animal shelters, it seems like it's a pretty common practice. I mean, they always, almost always, sterilize these cats so that they'll reproduce.
Yeah.
If they got a pregnant one, they still sterilize it. And so basically, it's a cat abortion, and
so spaying a pregnant cat would that means all the kittens now would be aborted.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes. She's. It's not that she's so upset with the policy itself, but with what she says is a lack of transparency and letting people know this is what we do.
Yeah.
And apparently, there's some disconnect. There may be some disconnect between the board and her supervisor, who who she says is the one who's ramping up those procedures
Yeah.
on cats, because the board tells us no, we don't do that.
Yeah. And this is pretty common. You'll find this almost anywhere, like in your walk of life. I've found that I have been an executive director. A director or an executive director is the person who's the salary earner. You're the one who gets paid to carry out the desires and wishes and votes of the board. And oftentimes, there's disconnect there. The board meets, the board decides certain things, and the director's now got to go carry that out. And sometimes you don't like what the board decides. Sometimes you're not clear on what the board decided or where that reasoning came from. This happens a lot, and hopefully that gets resolved for everybody up there in Cody and Park County for the animal shelter.
Yeah, well, I mean, you think about it. Does it make you think differently? If your position on abortion, do you think differently about it if it's a cat?
I do. Honestly, I do. It's not a human life, and there are, if there were a shortage of cats, I'd feel differently. But there are too many cats, and unfortunately, because of unintended pregnancies of cats, there are kittens running around. That there's too many cats, and there's too many dogs in animal shelters. And who do you blame? Breeders who are trying to purebreed stuff and sell, or do you blame careless owners or lackadaisical?
A lot of times there's strays,
Yeah.
What they do.
Yeah, I don't mind it. You got a pregnant cat, yeah, I think you should spay it and abort that litter, because you've already got a lot of cats in your shelter. I'm sure that if it's a kill shelter, and the animal's not adopted after how many months, how that's going to end. Yeah, that's a tough one, but not as tough as this. Sometimes it's human stuff that really aggravates me when I see stories like that. I don't know how many more days of this prosecution witness, this prosecution's in court, in a trial, the prosecution makes their case. And then when they're all done, the defense gets to do things. And man, while the prosecution is building their case day after day, if you're sitting in the jury box, let's just say in this case, the former foster dad, Stephen Marler, that's the one we're talking about, this Casper case that Dale Killingback is following. The testimony on day 4 in the Natrona County District Court just gets cringier and cringier and graphic. And man, after 4 days, I'm ready to convict in the jury. Maybe they should change it to where the prosecution makes their case one day, then they alternate. Then the defense gets to make their case, and then we go. But I know there is, you get to cross-examine witnesses, but still, this is day 4 of prosecution, and it just keeps getting worse for Stephen Marler, in my opinion. Ooh, yuck.
Yeah, it's the trial's scheduled for like 3 weeks. There's 60 witnesses, there's a bunch, and Dale will cover it as long as people are interested in reading about it.
Yeah,
and they are. It's
well, you got to follow it to the end, because people, we demand justice.
Oh, no, you don't, Jake. You really don't. Just because you started doesn't mean you're obligated to go through the end because one person is left at the end. If people are interested in it, then yes, we do it. If our readers tell us they're not interested and they're not reading it, then we're not obligated to spend our time working on something that they don't want to read anymore. We go and switch to something they do want. So that's kind of a myth. People think, oh, you have to do it. You don't have to. Our readers will tell us what they're interested in, and that's one of the reasons why we've been successful and have grown, is that we've tried to recognize what are the things they want from us and don't want, And that's why we can tell, here's some traditionally say, well, newspapers always cover this and they always do this, but nobody reads it. So is it really worth doing anymore? So yeah. In fact, on the trial, we didn't expect to be doing it every day. We thought, we'll go over the first day, we'll get something, and then we'll kind of check in once in a while just to see what's going on. But people were so interested in it, so it's like, okay. So he goes in every day and he's checking in and just kind of, here's something that happened in the trial today. So it's not wall to wall. Here's everything that happened all day long. It's not a transcript of it.
Right.
But yeah, people are interested in it, and so yeah, he's doing it. I'm sure it's not the way. If he had to choose, I'm sure Dale wouldn't choose to just sit through and listen to this every day.
Yeah.
But it's important because, I mean, it shows, this stuff happens even allegedly, even in even in smaller towns and rural areas. It's it's and especially with this foster dad, everybody thought, wow, what a great guy, what a great foster dad. They won awards, and apparently behind closed doors, the foster kids are telling a different story.
Well, this is a good reminder, Greg, when you mention why Cowboy State Daily should choose to follow a story, why traditionally news keeps with a story or doesn't. And it's an interesting peek behind the curtain of Cowboy State Daily, get us into the editorial room, and we see how the sausage is made. So in a case like this, following this and I agree, this is in great part why Cowboy State Daily has been so successful in such a short amount of time, where other newspapers are failing in the state and across the country because they're stuck in a wrong thinking, maybe an old thinking mindset. So Cowboy State Daily has access to up to the minute real time analytics. Who's watching a story, who's reading a story, how long they spend reading that story, and you're able to drive from the analytics whether you want to stick with something, huh?
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, it's not all analytics, but
yeah,
being online, that's what we have.
Yeah,
that's in print. When I was there, we do reader polls, and that was the way to find out what readers want. And those are kind of, they don't really work because readers aren't always honest.
Right.
They put the poll down, even though it's anonymous, to make them seem, oh yeah, I do read this type of, and they really don't. It's just kind of human nature, but yeah, we do. We know, and it's the time on story that really tells us, how much time people are on a story. It tells us if they're reading through it. They're reading through a whole thing, or are they just clicking on it and, going after a couple of seconds, because, the attention span is pretty short these days. But yeah, like right now, as we're speaking right now, 145 people are looking at the Vidavoo volunteer firefighter story. And great engagement, almost close to 2 minutes, which means they're pretty much reading the whole thing.
See, this is amazing stuff to me. How you
and the Casper dad.
Yeah.
It's got some good engagement, and it's the same number, the same time, almost 2 minutes.
Wow. This is utilizing tools that weren't available 20, 30 years ago. This is incredible stuff. This is why, in my opinion, Cowboy State Daily has been so successful, because you're able to analyze, you're able to get that immediate, honest, true feedback. The numbers don't lie. And then you look at comments, for instance, comments on social, comments on Facebook. If people take the time to comment furiously and numerously on a story, they're interested. And your readers poll, they can tell you
the social is it's kind of it's almost a different audience. Because we have our newsletter, which it's like our newspaper. That's our main product. Yeah. And we know, and so the numbers I was just telling you are pretty much mostly from our newsletter, because it just went out. not too long ago. But a lot of people will get a lot of traffic. A lot of people will see it on social media and click through and read the story. But a lot of people also just read the headline and the we call it the blurb, but the little subhead.
Yeah.
And will react to that, and they'll comment, and so they'll get so something can have like a ton of engagement on social media, but not have a ton of readers actually clicking through to the story, and vice versa. We could have a ton of people who are our subscribers looking through the newsletter, looking at it, but we think, well, maybe it's not that great. People aren't liking it that much because it doesn't have a ton of engagement on social media. But they're kind of two different things.
Yeah.
In a lot of cases.
There's
crossover.
I agree. But both, I think, are useful tools in trying to ascertain how a story is affecting people, if a story is affecting people, rather than back in print days where you sent out a reader's poll and, you didn't know if people are being honest with their answers. I just, it's incredible high-tech stuff that Cowboy State Daily is able to tap into with news. One thing we can all agree on that we're interested in is our favorite country music star, Ian Munsick. We'll talk about him when we come back.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Cowboy State Daily show continues. Greg Johnson in the Zoom room. This is a little mellow. We might have to spruce it up with. Love that song. I love me a nice slow waltz. Ian Munsick's Long Live Cowgirls. He played that live on Kelly Clarkson's show the last time he was on it. He's going to be on again, and you're going to hear him sing God Bless the West. And I'm excited for that. That's tonight, right?
Today.
Yeah. Oh, Kelly.
And unfortunately, we can't say it's on this channel at this time. It's on all over the place.
Yeah.
It's on one network at this time and this network this time. I mean, it's apparently it's kind of syndicated type of thing, and it's on all over. So just check.
That's where we're taking this show next. We're going to be on everywhere all the time, syndicated. Yeah, I'm excited for Ian. He deserves it. You know, I think one of the reasons for his success, not only he's a great songwriter, great performer, and people gravitate to him, but I think it's very much his success has to do with his promotion of who he is and where he's from. He's always about Wyoming, and it's always Wyoming first and the West first. And he first thing he's going to tell you, he's front forward with, here's who I am and where I'm from. And you don't always hear that. Like, where's Taylor Swift from? Where's Kenny Chesney from? Like, it almost doesn't matter. Ian, you just associate him with cowboy country, the West, and Wyoming, and he loves that. That's the way he wants it. I love it.
Totally, it lends some authenticity because
you
could be a country singer and you could be great, but if you're from Seattle,
right,
they think of grunge first, or you think Wyoming, you think cowboy, you think country, right? So they right away, it's like, okay, you got that heritage. You got it's born into you.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's good stuff, and it's good for Wyoming, and it's good for him. And he's always kind of cool to talk about it, and it seems that he kind of gets it, that he's not above it. So it's kind of cool.
Yeah. He's
that way too.
Yeah, he's always been real that way. In fact, we'll have Renee Jean on the story on the show a little bit later, and we'll ask her. She gets the benefit of talking to Ian in this story. He's just super approachable. Always has been, always will be. Somewhere, sometime today, you're going to see Ian Munsick on the Kelly Clarkson show, and he'll be singing his latest, God Bless the West, his latest single. What else is happening in news, Greg?
Well, a couple of things, sports related. You see that CU is going to retire Travis Hunter's number and Shadur Sanders' number, 12 and 2.
Really?
Yeah, and as a CU guy, I'm kind of torn. I'm okay with Travis Hunter. I mean, the dude is like ultra generational, wins the Heisman and everything. But I don't know that Shadur was. I mean, he was great. He was good, but I don't know that he's like an all-time great. I don't know. I mean, he's there for 2 years, that he has a huge connection to Colorado. So I'm not sure I'm behind retiring his number. I mean, it's okay. I'm sure, it's another thing to, help appease the dad to keep him there. But I don't know. I just don't know if he's, you kind of think if they're going to retire your number, then you bleed that through and through. And maybe he is that. I don't know. But
yeah. Well, your hesitancy, I think, is felt throughout the NFL by every GM. I see mock drafts where he's going high. I see mock drafts where he slips low. Shadur Sanders is he is everything about him because of his father's fame, because of prime time? Or is he? I watched him play a couple of games, and if I didn't know who he was, I would say, "Wow, that guy's legit. He can do things on the field."
He is.
That people,
He really is, and he seems to have a decent head on his shoulders, and nothing like that. I just wonder.
But is he superstar enough? Is he going to carry on long enough and be bright enough of a star to earn the retirement of a number? You've got to be somebody to have your number put up. I mean,
well, and you think about it. I mean, well, Travis Hunter, if he's you win the Heisman for CU, you can get your number retired.
Yeah.
But you look back at Rashawn Salam, and his number wasn't retired for years and years after, and I think it didn't happen until after he had killed himself. So that was, and this is like an immediate thing. So I don't know. It's an interesting choice. I don't hate it. I just wonder about it a little bit.
And then, you got to be careful retiring numbers. At some point you run out of numbers if you just go ahead and say, "Oh yeah, this guy's great. Nobody can wear his number anymore." Look at you.
And I think they should retire the Rockies from the Major League Baseball. Totally. I mean, how much of this ownership do we have to endure as Rockies fans? I mean, gee, the season just started and they're already the worst team in the league, setting records.
Greg
I'm looking at it right now, Jake, and through 16 games, they're 3-13. Worst record in baseball.
Yeah.
And the difference between runs scored and runs allowed, minus 46. The next worst team in that is minus 24.
Yeah. Greg is referring to the Colorado Rockies not off to a great start in Major League Baseball, and they are always going to be up against a challenge that no other team has to face. And to me, you might think it's just secondary, but I think it's a very important thing to consider when you wonder, why are the Rockies so crummy and why will they always be crummy? No pitcher wants to pitch there. And it's similar to players not wanting to play for Canadian teams in hockey because of the difference in tax rates and the value of the dollar compared with the U.S. dollar and the Canadian dollar. It's been an issue in hockey. For Colorado, the pitchers don't want to pitch there to the extent that they'll tell their agents, if I get an offer of $10 million from Colorado and $7 million from anywhere else, I'll take the $7 million, play anywhere else, because of the high elevation. The ball travels farther. Any golfer will tell you at mile high, when you're that kind of elevation, the ball travels like you can't believe. And baseball pitchers say, I don't need that in my statistic. Like, every fly ball that comes off the bat in Colorado seems to just go out of the park. Like, oh boy.
Well, yeah, there is some of that. There is that. But I think if you have a good organization, you will attract good people, and they just don't. And Dick Monfort, the Monforts owning this team is, as long as they own it, nobody is going to want to play for them, and they're not going to put out, a decent team. At some point, maybe Major League Baseball needs to pull a March shot on them and shut them out for the good of the league.
Right. Is it that bad?
I mean, they lost over 100 games last year, and then this year they're worse.
Well, I want to blame it on the thin Rocky Mountain air. You're saying ownership is driving this organization into the ground, and you can pick a reason.
It's both.
Yeah.
But if you have a top-notch organization, they got their stuff together, they're doing it, you will attract something. They did in the beginning, even before the humidor.
Yeah. I agree. It rolls from the top down. You set a good work environment, for instance, the Cowboy State Daily, and everybody wants to come work for you.
Right.
But right
We're trying
now,
to recruit those pitchers, Jake.
the Rockies are nowhere anybody wants to be right now. Yikes.
So we're holding pitching tryouts. Come try out, Jake.
All right.
Let's touch your arm.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, man.
Greg Johnson on the show. Cowboy State Daily. We got to take a pause for the cause. Top of the hour news, and we'll see you on the other side. Thanks for making us a part of your Tuesday.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Tuesday, April 15th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. A federal judge has ruled that a fired Campbell County Library director's lawsuit against the family that accused her of peddling pornography can go forward. Terry Leslie, who directed the Campbell County Public Library system until the library board fired her in July 2023, sued a local family that accused her of grooming local children because of the types of books that Leslie allowed on the shelves in the library. The judge said the civil suit can continue because the law protects LGBTQ advocates. That's according to Crime and Courts reporter Claire McFarland.
We don't have a lot of good contouring for how this federal section of the Ku Klux Klan Act is to be used and what classes of people it protects. And Judge Johnson kind of going through a sequence of cases and strapping logic from different cases together said, okay, looks to me like it protects the LGBTQ community.
Leslie's long and public war with the Bennett family started in June 2021 when the library advertised Pride and Rainbow Book Month and LGBTQ-related books for teens to access. The Bennetts began a campaign to publicly discredit Leslie and push her to remove books with LGBTQ content from the library. There was still no information available through official channels Monday about a Colorado wolf that died in Wyoming last Wednesday, with Wyoming officials citing a law that keeps wolf hunters' identities confidential. That's left people in both states feeling frustrated, according to Outdoors reporter Mark Hines.
There is a law in place that prohibits the identity or any specific details of a legal wolf taking being released. They don't want people being stalked, harassed, threatened because of folks that have extremely strong opinions about wolves being hunted and shot.
In Wyoming, wolves remain completely protected within the boundaries of Yellowstone and Grand Teton National Parks. In some areas adjacent to the parks, they may be shot by hunters with wolf tags during specific hunting seasons. In the rest of Wyoming, roughly 85% of the state, wolves may be shot on site at any time with no wolf hunting tag required. The President Donald Trump endorsed Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, or SAVE Act, is now moving to the U.S. Senate. But fears have started to mount that if passed into law, the federal legislation, which requires proof of U.S. citizenship before registering to vote, will make it harder for married women, especially if she has changed her last name as a result of a marriage and doesn't have a passport or marriage license readily available. However, Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson reports that Wyoming's congressional delegation and Secretary of State Chuck Gray all say these concerns are simply being used as a fear tactic to scare people away from supporting the legislation.
He doesn't believe that there's any proof that a maiden name wouldn't be accepted. But I also spoke to Marissa Carpio, policy director for the Equality State Policy Center, which also opposes this bill. And she said that someone who has to go through onerous hurdles and burdens in the pursuit of voting is also facing a form of disenfranchisement.
Both U.S. Senators John Barrasso and Cynthia Lummis say they plan to vote for the bill that passed the House on a 220 to 208 vote last week. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicolason Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
Well, Ian Munsick isn't shy about being from the Cowboy State, and Tuesday he's bringing that pride and love for the West to a national audience. Munsick has been invited to appear on national television on The Kelly Clarkson Show, where he'll perform his latest single, God Bless the West. But Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports the call from Clarkson's show came at an awkward time.
So Ian was on his way to the Bahamas for his brother's wedding, and he's like trying to think, how am I going to make this happen? Fortunately, he had already been working on a live recording. He was going to release it in a couple of months. So just move that timetable up, cycle that in, and that made it work out.
Bringing the West to the rest has long been Munsick's motto with the work that he does, and that's the inspiration behind the song God Bless the West. In fact, that line is a battle cry at every concert. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
We said we'd never give in to a meltdown.
Okay.
And we'd never babysit with a screen. We said we'd never let the toys take over.
Mariella.
Never leave the house looking, well, and never let them out of our sight.
Skylar, come here.
Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday, hour 2. Coming up this hour, we're going to talk to Brenda Sellers, the author of a book you need to read. The book is called You Slept Where? And she'll talk about her experience in traveling to more than 70 countries. She climbed Mount Everest. Brenda was named Man of the Year by One Magazine. Yes, Man of the Year. Yeah, she got a lot to share. Yeah, we'll talk to her later this hour, even though she's in the Zoom room right now. I'm going to send her a little note saying, "You're early, Brenda." How do I chat? Okay. Enjoy this rock and roll while I message Brenda. Yeah, hopefully she'll get that note. Okay. Where was I? Cowboy State Daily story about a fired Campbell County Library director and her lawsuit. Interesting. Claire McFarland has the story, and you can read it in the Cowboy State Daily. The headline is, Judge Says Ousted Gillette's Librarians. Boy, that's a lot of possessives. Judge says ousted librarian discrimination lawsuit can go forward. This is in Gillette, Campbell County Library. Here's just to catch you up on the saga. This you can go back and read how we got here. But a librarian who was let go back in, I think about a year ago, July 23, a couple years ago, year and a half, Terry Leslie directed the Campbell County Public Library system until the library board fired her July 2023. And the firing was over basically her perceived agenda. I don't know how to delicately phrase this, but the librarian would do things like declare Pride and Rainbow Book Month, for instance. And this was in June of 2021. The library advertised Pride and Rainbow Book Month, which was an LGBTQ. The letters are out of order in this story. I don't know that the order matters. LGBTQ. Okay, we'll do that. And so the library, the Campbell County Library, that month, June of 2021, featured LGBTQ related books for teens to access. These books, some considered indiscreet or immoral, or one family, the Bennett family in particular, took up the cause to disagree with the library's programming. The Bennetts described Pride Month, for instance, as immoral and part of a, quote, ground game of an attempt to destroy our culture and country. So obviously we're looking at that chasm between those who want to make sure minority folks with minority interests like LGBTQ are way over here, and those who are saying that we've gone too crazy with the whole DEI are way over there, and that's where we are. The Bennetts are accusing the library and the librarian of just having an LGBTQ agenda that just didn't fit with their game plan. The Bennetts applied pressure, and eventually the librarian was fired. The librarian then countered with a lawsuit, claiming injurious falsehood and other things, abusive process, et cetera, all the things that lawyers talk about. And where we are now is a federal judge ruled last Friday that the civil suit can continue because the law protects LGBTQ advocates. The Bennett family accused basically the librarian of peddling pornography. Some of these books featured during the Pride and Rainbow Book Month were rather graphic. I don't have them in front of me, so I'm just reading the story written by Claire McFarland, but a special prosecutor who's overseeing this case shared that one of the books gives instruction. And, if there's children listening to this show, you might want to earmuffs, kids, earmuffs. One of the books apparently gave instructions on how to perform hand sex. Another book showed nude cartoon characters in full sexual copulation with their genitalia depicted. Okay. And whether or not we need literature like this in the library is an endless debate. People can talk about this for quite a while. Do we need this in libraries? I'm the last guy that wants to get in line and be a book burner. I think you really do society a disservice. You do your society a disservice when you start saying we're going to ban this book, we're going to burn this book, we're going to throw this in a heap and burn these books. I think there's a book for everyone, and I don't want to be the one that gets to say what books should be on the shelf and what books should be burned. That's a slippery slope. But on the other hand, in a public library, in a Campbell County public library, do we need to allow anyone, and remember, if the book's on the shelf unless the book is higher than some adolescent can reach, and even then, I just go get a ladder, then it's accessible to anyone. Age 7, age 17. Do we need a book that depicts full sexual copulation or instructions on how to perform hand sex? What is the need here for literature like this? If you're interested in this stuff, there's the internet. Go buy the book on Amazon. Do we need it in a public library? So, yeah, we can talk on this for a little bit. But the librarian in question here put these books on the shelf in the library, Terry Leslie, and then had something called the Pride and Rainbow Book Month. And at least one family in the area, the Bennett family, didn't care for it. And it was Terry Leslie, the librarian, against the Bennett family in a public war that began all the way back in June of 21. And it's still ongoing now with a lawsuit. The latest is the lawsuit can go forward. We'll hear more from Claire McFarland and Wendy Core on this, and it sounds like this.
A federal judge has ruled that a fired Campbell County Library director's lawsuit against the family that accused her of peddling pornography can go forward. Terry Leslie, who directed the Campbell County Public Library system until the board fired her in July 2023, sued a local family that accused her of grooming local children because of the types of books that Leslie allowed on the shelves in the library. The judge said the civil suit can continue because the law protects LGBTQ advocates. That's according to Crime and Courts reporter Claire McFarland.
Even though the Bennett family was like, no, dismiss this lawsuit. She's invoked laws that don't make sense or that haven't been used this way. The judge said, no, I want to see what the evidence bears out. But in the process, Judge Johnson really blazed a trail because we don't have a lot of good contouring for how this federal section of the Ku Klux Klan Act is to be used and what classes of people it protects. And Judge Johnson kind of going through a sequence of cases and strapping logic from different cases together said, okay, looks to me like it protects the LGBTQ community. Bold judges aren't as common as you think. But it's interesting that he made a bold call, and it'll be interesting to see how it bears out.
Leslie's long and public war with the Bennett family started in June 2021 when the library advertised Pride and Rainbow Book Month and LGBTQ-related books for teens to access. That's according to court documents in the case. The Bennetts began a campaign to publicly discredit Leslie and push her to remove books with LGBTQ content from the library.
Yeah. Interesting story. Has so many wide-ranging implications. And Claire McFarland following up that story. I just think that there's just a lot to it. And, I think there's a lot of gray area or middle area, let's say, where I don't know where you stand, folks, listeners, but for me, I don't want to attack any group. I don't want to attack the LGBTQ group. I may not be able to get my arms around what they believe and what they think, and that's not where I'm at, but I don't want to attack them. But there's a huge difference between targeting and attacking a group for what they do and what they believe and supporting them to the point where we have a month dedicated to them and put books, LGBTQ books in the library. Like, what percentage of the population are we catering to, the LGBTQ community in Wyoming? What percentage of that is it? 0.0 something something? And do they need their own month at the library? And do we need their books? That's where I think there's a lot of disconnect, a lot of room for something. I don't know. I've lost my train of thoughts as I try to manage the Zoom room, but yeah, there's a lot to it. That's Don Day with a forecast. Don, hold on. Let me tell Brenda Sellers she's got to continue to wait in the Zoom room. We've got an author ready to come on right after this guy. This guy takes precedence. This is our weather forecaster, Don Day with a forecast. Don, really nice day yesterday. I can get with that day. Just enough of a breeze to keep the bugs off me, the flies. I got wasps coming out already. I thought we killed them things, but they're back. As you explained, house flies just live forever and wait for an opportunity to reborn themselves in the spring. But really comfortable temps, and today's going to be a repeat.
Yeah, today is going to be better. In fact, the next 2 days are going to be awesome.
Ooh.
So I would get outside because the weather that's going to happen here at the end of the week and then next week is going to be a far cry from the next few days. So if you like the sun, if you like the warmth, get outside because starting Thursday and lasting, I think probably right up to the end of the month, more often than not, it's going to be cooler, unsettled, and we'll be talking that dirty 4-letter word that starts with S for many parts of the state between Thursday and Friday.
Watch your language, young man. It's a family show. But yeah, I hear you. I mean, I saw your extended forecast. It looks typical April. The day I'm really looking at and worried about is Friday. I see some ugliness on Friday, and a lot of us in Wyoming not even going to see 40. And I'm trying to do a little rodeo in Rock Springs, and yeah, I don't like that at all.
Hey, you're going to have to tell these people, if you're going to schedule a rodeo in April, there's two things that are going to happen. It's going to be beautiful, like the next couple of days, or you're going to get snowed on.
Yeah.
That's like a track meet in Wyoming. You have two options, beautiful or not.
And all the bull riders will be wearing parkas. Yeah, that's just the way we're going to have to do it if you're rodeoing on Friday. Friday is the day to watch, but yeah, enjoy this one. Soak it up, get your vitamin D, and do what you got to do because after that, as Don Day points out, the rest of April is going to look, like the coolest month. All right, thanks, Don. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Yeah, buddy. Don Day, the day weather forecast. Take a quick break. Come back into the Zoom room with Brenda Sellers right after these.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love, we're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lust, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud. Just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here in hour 2 on a Tuesday. And welcoming into the Zoom room, it's Brenda Sellers. We'll explain the visual in a moment, but first I want to introduce you to the pride of Prater Flats, Tennessee. It's Brenda Sellers, entrepreneur, author, businesswoman, philanthropist of the year, and talking about breaking the glass ceiling. Brenda was named Man of the Year by a magazine in the 1990s before they had the thought of, not everybody's a man. Duh. But it didn't matter to Brenda, man, woman, whatever the gender. Brenda's been around, let's say. More than 70 countries, climbed Mount Everest, and her book, You Slept Where? Recounts her many adventures worldwide. Brenda, we have to start with what the heck is going on your side of the Zoom?
Well, thank you for having me today. And I said I'd be glad to log into your podcast, but I'm having my hair done. So I just think that shows you can have your hair done anywhere and just keep on going, even though you're on the road.
I hear you. That's the first lesson we need to learn from Brenda. And we're going to learn a few life lessons, by the way. Lesson number 1 is, I don't know, what is the takeaway from this? That be prepared, be ready to jump, be ready to and don't let anything interfere with the game plan. You are a big planner, by the way. You're able to do things I can't, and that's a to-do list. And I guess it's super important. And it's funny because it doesn't seem to fit what I know of you, who another one of your big life advice is don't forget to laugh every day. So how can I be carefree and laughing and have to follow a list? It's important to have some goals written down, some lists.
Yeah, that's for sure. Because if you write it down, you're more apt to get it done and achieve that goal. But then if you don't achieve it, then just laugh anyway.
I got it. I think I'm coming around. Okay, so the book. Tell me why. Now, get us in behind the headline. You Slept Where? And the subhead is Calamities of a Clumsy Businesswoman. What's the inspiration for the title of this book? And take us in behind it a little bit into the pages.
Okay, so the title comes from my dad. My dad's a farmer, and he could not believe that I stayed in an underwater hotel, an ice hotel, and a 59 Cadillac convertible. And he just could not believe I did that. And it was his voice. You slept where? He could not believe that I did all those crazy things. And then it seemed like every chapter I was either tripping or this book is just a few of the many places that I've been. But this book was, like I said, just a few places. But it seemed like everyone from the ice hotel to a lot of these chapters, I was tripping or falling or something. So I was clumsy.
Oh, I didn't. Okay, so you added that. I didn't know that. And not that matters, but it's good to know that a list maker like you is also human. Sometimes you trip over the list. Right. Sometimes you don't check the box off. But you talk about travel. You've been to some incredible places. I've seen online those underwater hotels. They look so cool. what is important about, and I've heard this, you see memes where you're encouraged to say you may regret momentarily the money you spent on that trip, but you'll never forget having taken it. And the perspective you gain by seeing a different country and a different culture is so huge. What are the benefits of traveling?
Well, I think it gets you out of your comfort zone for number one, and you learn patience and you learn how different people live. So that in itself has been worthwhile. And then because I'm a photographer, I photograph everything. So I have 1,166 photo albums, a pending Guinness World Record, that I can go back and relive all those trips that I've taken.
Wow. Holy cow. Where do you store all that? You must have some hard drive space.
Yes, well, if you look at my website, they're all actually in photo albums. In my house, I have 2 rooms that's dedicated to my photo albums, and you can see them on my website, www.brendaprater, and you can see in every chapter in the book has its own index, and you can see all the pictures from the underwater hotel, and you can see all those photo albums that I have.
Yeah.
One room.
You want to talk about somebody who has mastered socials. I'm just, trying to get my Facebook up to date, but Brenda Sellers is everywhere. We're talking to Brenda Prater Sellers. She's on the Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok. I mean, you name it, she's out there, and you can see and share what she's done. But in fact, let's do that. Take me to... Give me a couple of examples of things you've seen, whether bizarre, whether fantastical, or just crash and burn, things you've seen in your travel experience. Give us a couple of examples of this stuff that's still in your memory.
Okay, so, well, if you go to the Ice Hotel chapter, you can look and see how they have all the ice sculptures. You can see the ice bed that I slept in. And even amazing, Jake, you could see they have a chandelier and it changes color and it's all made of ice. So that was pretty wild. That was wild. And then the underwater hotel, you are 30 feet under the water, and that was pretty amazing too. But once you come up from under the water, you can actually breathe, and being under the water was really cool too. So
I bet you probably, what if you call room service at the ice hotel, sleeping in your ice bed, and say, I need an electric blanket. I'm feeling a little chilly. It would defeat the whole purpose. I would imagine you'd be sleeping in a puddle before long.
Yeah.
I mean, the lesson.
Well, they didn't. Yeah, they did not have electric blankets.
Oh yeah. They wouldn't even go there.
Go ahead.
So, I mean, the things you can learn traveling are beyond language and beyond just pictures. I mean, these are life lessons. What is the reason, the real reason, I guess, why one should travel? What's your big takeaway from being a well-traveled person, from being somebody whose passport's stamped all to heck? Why is that important?
Well, we need to live life while we can, because life is short. And so we just need to make the best of it. In the book, I show that I'm trying to encourage readers to do their to-do list. And as a child, what did you dream of going to, or a place that you went to? And then that way you can kind of work on going to the place that you were dreaming of.
Our life's to-do list is sometimes known as the bucket list. And a lot of people have a bucket list. Yeah, in the back of your mind, you're like, oh, someday I'm going to do this. And Brent, what do you got there?
Okay, so this is actually in the book, and it shows, it says that you're compiling your own to-do list. And it says you can do your own to-do list, or you can live life vicariously through somebody else, like Big Ed is another character in the book, and he just stays on the couch. So you can live through your life through somebody else if you just want to stay on the couch.
Don't be a Big Ed. And I'm sure Big Ed has his number one excuse is, well, I do want to do these things, but it's not the right time. And I love, Brenda, that you're all about, look, do this stuff before you die. Like, don't wait until retirement. You work, you retire in your late 60s, and then that's not the time to go live life. I mean, you'll never be ready to check off your bucket list. Do it now. What's the urgency of getting to your list?
Well, because so many people, even friends that I have, like you said, they work their whole life, they wait, they save for retirement, and then they're physically not able, or they get sick, or their spouse gets sick, or their parents get, or something. Something always happens. So that's why, just like Nike, do it now.
All right. Well, that's good for you, Brenda, because you've done all these things. You've juggled like a career. You've been business person. We talked about all the accolades and the stuff you've done. You're one of those special people that can do all this. You can spin a whole bunch of plates in the air at the same time. I'm just a regular person. I can't do all this, can I?
You sure can. You just work on your goals, write down what's important to you, and do the best you can. And like I said, live each day like it is your last, because it might be. I'm quoted on the plaque in the Great Smoky Mountains, and my plaque says, I have an outhouse named after me.
No way.
In Tennessee. Yeah, it's only a one-holer, so don't be excited.
Yeah.
But on that plaque at the Great Smoky Mountain Heritage Center says, "May your life be like a roll of toilet paper, long and useful." So there you go.
There you are. Simple. Yeah, Brenda Sellers, she'll tell you anytime you want to ask her, laughing instead of crying is the key to life, finding laughter in every situation. Society doesn't laugh often enough. I wake up every day with the thought of, why can't we just get along? And I go to bed every day wondering, why can't we just get along? And here's the secret right in front of me all that time. Brenda Sellers says, just enjoy a laugh now and then and live life like every day. You're right. We're not guaranteed tomorrow. Good reminder, Brenda.
Okay.
All right. Well, we'll let you get back to your deal. What do you got planned for where are you going to take that new hairdo?
Well, I have like 7 things to get to today.
Oh my goodness. Really?
Yeah. Yes, for sure. So I do a lot of philanthropy and I do a lot of fundraisers. So that's what I've got scheduled today.
Yeah. All right. Well, awesome. Hey, any plans on another book? And by the way, I'm right now as we talk, I'm multitasking and I am getting on Amazon. I'm going to look for that book. I'm going to buy. We had an author on the other day. He has this book right here. I'm pointing at, so I bought that. So I think every time I have an author on, I'm going to get that book and learn more about them. So I'll be shopping for the book on Amazon, and you can find it in all your usual book buying platforms. But any idea to write another one?
Well, I'm trying to get this book on streaming, like a streaming platform, because it would translate into like something on Netflix or Hulu. So that's my next job that I'm trying to do.
Okay.
But if you're not a reader, it's also on Audible. The book's on Audible. And my cousin actually reads my book, and she's also reading Dolly Parton's book. She is that good. So
I read that.
Okay. Yeah. If you want to read or listen to the book, she's actually reading it. She does a great job.
Okay. So she has the voice it takes a special kind of talent to do that. That's pretty neat. You Slept Where? Calamities of a Clumsy Businesswoman is Brenda Sellers. She's the author behind it. And it was our pleasure talking to you. And I'm gonna adhere to your advice. We're going to have some laughs today, and I'm going to live today like there is no tomorrow.
Well, because there may not be. So that's perfect.
Yeah. Thank you, Brenda. I really appreciate your time being on and doing it. Wow. I'm glad you could squeeze this in the schedule. That's awesome. There's the book. There's the book right there. You Slept Where? And now we learned why, the title. Awesome. You have a great Tuesday.
Okay, you too. Bye-bye.
All right. Brenda Sellers joining the show. Cowboy State Daily. We'll be back with more, including Jackie Dorothy, after this.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here in hour 2. Jackie Dorothy will be joining us in the Zoom room momentarily. And once again, a big thank you to Brenda Prater Sellers for stopping in. Author of the book You Slept Where? And good life advice from Brenda. Don't forget to laugh every day. We try to have a few laughs in the morning because if you don't laugh, you might be crying over the news. Sometimes laughing is the only way to get through it. Jackie has an interesting story about back in the day, not too far back in the day. We're talking about a bank robbery gone wrong. Actually, a bank robbery gone underwhelming, let's say. Because the bank robbers, I think, achieved everything they wanted to do. They were able to break into the First National Bank of Meeteetse. They were able to get into the vault. It was success in every way, except for the haul. The haul totaled, the takeaway totaled $40. 2 20s. That's all they had in the Meeteetse Bank. Well, we'll talk about the Bighorn Basin Bank robbery of 1958 with Jackie Dorothy. Fun story. But first, I wanted to hit this other story from Mark Hines about kangaroos in Wyoming. See, we're going to have a few laughs this morning in a not so serious story. I did see the map. It's a popular social share going on around right now. I did encounter this a couple of times. It popped up on my Facebook. It popped up on my, while I'm doing my browsing, my internet cruising, my scrolling. I'm scroll. And I did see this map, a U.S. map showing states. Which states can you own a kangaroo in? Now, yeah, it's just silly and bizarre. Like, who really is going to benefit from this map? Who is really like in the kangaroo market? And who is really wondering if it's legal to own a kangaroo in their state? How many of us? Not many. But it was fun to even speculate, to even think about what state is it legal to own a kangaroo in. And this map was making the rounds, and it shows the U.S. and most of the states on this map, and it's a color-coded map. Most of the states are red, meaning it's illegal. Kangaroo ownership is illegal in the red states, and they included Wyoming, Montana, Utah, Colorado, all these West states. By the way, states where it's legal to own a kangaroo without a permit, just you can have a kangaroo. Nobody's going to ask any questions. Don't have to fill out any forms. Just go ahead, go to Australia, bring back your kangaroo. South Carolina, they don't care if you have a kangaroo. West Virginia, go ahead. Wisconsin. Those are the 3 states you can own a kangaroo in, no questions asked. States where you need a permit to own a kangaroo include Pennsylvania, Ohio, Illinois, Idaho, our neighbors to the west, Nevada, Texas, New Mexico. Wyoming on this map that we're sharing was considered a state where it's illegal to own a kangaroo. But hold on. Mark Hines, his story, he saw the map and he said, I'm going to dig into this a little harder. And he found that with proper permits and with permission from Wyoming Game and Fish, it is legal. They could issue a permit to own a kangaroo. So you could have a kangaroo in Wyoming despite the map, the popular map that's making the rounds. However, Mark Hines warns that Wyoming's probably way too cold for a kangaroo. There was a recent cold snap, I think, in Australia, got like down to 30 in the 30s, and the kangaroos hated it. It happened in 2019, and the kangaroos all just huddled and were freezing. So, yeah, your kangaroo may not last long in Wyoming, but it is legal with a permit to own one. Jackie joins us in the Zoom room. Jackie, is kangaroo ownership on your list of things to get to?
Well, it was when I was a kid. We were spending some time in Oregon, and they had a petting zoo. It was more like a glorified little zoo,
Yeah.
and you're allowed to go in and play with the kangaroos.
For real? So you...
Yeah.
As a, like...
Yeah, they had giraffes, zebras. It was a really cool little petting zoo, and I thought all petting zoo had exotic animals like that. I
Yeah.
was kind of shocked when I would go to one and they just had farm animals.
Yeah, you're like, oh, that's every day. And that's funny. So I'm surprised as a kid you weren't a little intimidated, or I'm to this day scared of kangaroo. They scare me. Like, I've seen the videos where they can fight and they can kick you. I'm scared of kangaroos, but you were okay with it?
Well, they had just the little ones, probably the
yeah.
wallaby, but they weren't scary. They were fun, and I loved feeding the giraffes. So that's how we spent a summer, just at this petting zoo, visiting.
Wow.
It was free, and you just fed the animals.
Did you have to bring your own ladder to feed the giraffes? How the heck do you feed a giraffe?
They dip their head down long, and they have long purple tongues. It was a lot of fun. Yeah.
That was actually a weird, bizarre trivia question that I had for Abby when we do our Ask Abby segment on Thursday. I said, what color is a giraffe tongue? That's funny. So you knew already.
I would have known. Yeah.
You would have been right on it. I love your story about the great bank caper. These guys, I guess they did everything right. I mean, they successfully broke into the First National Bank of Meeteetse. They successfully got into the vault. Everything worked, I guess, to plan, but boy, the payoff wasn't much.
I got a little secret about that story too, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I won't name names because I don't know what the statute of limitations is.
Yeah.
But we were visiting the Meeteetse Bank with a friend, and he was like looking at the dates, and his eyes got bigger and bigger and bigger. He said his grandfather had told a story that he had been interviewed by the local paper of all things. And in the story, he said that I've done just about everything but rob a bank, wink, wink.
Uh-oh.
And all the dates aligned. And he was like, did my grandpa, was he the one?
Oh my God. And the date we're talking about that aligned is November 1958. So we're not going way, way back. A lot of times when we talk about 58 with Jackie, that'd be 1858. But 1958, the First National Bank of Meeteetse, could you depend that it would have some money in it, at least more than $40?
You would have thought. The story is rather funny because not only did they successfully break into the vault, but when they got there were two safes there, and they couldn't get into the safes. So they stole the money from a cigar box that was on top of the safe, and that's how they got away with $40.
That's it.
Oh, it's really cool. So if you go to the Meeteetse Bank today, it's part of the museum, and they completely renovated it so it's back to what it was like in 1901, I believe. Yes, 1901 when it was founded.
Yeah.
And you walk around, and there's the safe, and the vault, and inside the vault is the two safes that were there that thwarted this thief in 1958. Who may or may not have been my friend's grandfather.
Oh boy. So
no.
Okay, they got into the vault, but that wasn't all. I guess it was the practice of the bank to have all the good money, the real money, in safes inside the vault. That's crazy.
Yeah. Now, I got to say that there is a little bit of an Easter egg if you look, because if you look at the vault itself, there's 3 names on it, and it cracked me up. I'm going to see if it makes you laugh as much as it did me. The name of the president, vice president, and the partner. It was Cheeseman, Hogg, and McDonald. Old McDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O, in Meeteetse. Their actual names were Cheeseman, Hogg, and McDonald. I just thought that was funny. It's one of those quirky things, and you're like, how do you even get those last names?
It reminds me, and no woman, I'm sure you included, Jackie, or maybe not, maybe you'll surprise me, no woman enjoys or has watched Three Stooges, at least not as much as I have. And they always have funny jokes about they go to visit a lawyer, and the 3 lawyers' names will be something funny. Hogg, Cheeseman, and McDonald. It reminds me of a Three Stooges skit.
It does. It really does. It's something that would come out of the 1920s. So it's appropriate that it was the owners of this bank. But the one cool thing is, as you dig deeper, you find all these wild stories around this Meeteetse Bank. The second story was that in 1901, the first year that it was founded, they thought the hole-in-the-wall gang was going to rob it. They got a note from a local, I believe it's in the story, his name, but he was a saloon owner, and he actually passed a note to the bank teller telling him that he had heard a rumor that the hole-in-the-wall gang was planning a heist, which would have made sense because they were in the area and they frequented his saloon during that time. So he warned them. The town got all up in arms, and they're like, what do we do? And so what do you do when you're in an old frontier town? You incorporate, get a town council so you can appoint a marshal and be official.
All that in fear of a potential robbery.
Yes, so
Oh my
Meteetsee
goodness.
actually became a real town because they thought that the Wild Bunch was coming.
Holy cow. Yeah, just, you wouldn't have a sheriff. You would have like a territorial marshal or something. But yeah, if you wanted to be all on the up and up and legit and have an armed sheriff and deputies and all that, you had to be a town. And they they did all this for fear that the hole in the wall gang was coming. It all came from an anonymous note to the bank cashier, W. Dean Hayes, warning him to be on the lookout for a potential bank robbery. Wow. The robbery would come, but 57 years later.
Yes, and what's really cool about Wyoming is that we have that note. It's there in the Buffalo Bill Museum. They possess it, and it's like it exists. It's there. We have pictures of it. I just think that is so cool.
Yeah.
And then you mentioned Dean Hayes. He actually then, a few years later, was in an altercation with a guy when he refused to cash a check. And this guy, by the way, was Billy Simpson, who is the grandfather, mind you, not great-grandfather, but grandfather of Al Simpson and Pete Simpson.
What the heck? This story just keeps weaving into 2 degrees of separation of just about everything in Wyoming. I love it. We're sharing, for those enjoying the visuals on radio, sorry, I'll describe what we see, but we're sharing the actual letter that you mentioned that begins with, "Do not mention my name." in the anonymous letter about the Wild Bunch is coming to rob the bank. And then we do have that newspaper story, the shooting at Meeteetse. W. Dean Hayes shot for refusing to cash checks. Oh my goodness.
Yes. So apparently, but you have to read more than just one article. So as I was tracing the articles, I was able to put together the story. Is that apparently he imbibed a little too much, Billy Simpson did, and he went to cash his check and there wasn't the money in the bank, according to Hayes. Now, later, I think Billy Simpson accused him of withholding funds because Hayes was a Republican and Billy was a Democrat and he was running for office. But because of the attempted murder charge, he did kind of lose that election.
I might have to side with the cashier, Hayes, that we don't have the money to cover this check, considering they only had $40 in 1958 sitting in the bank vault.
But I'm going to interrupt you there. Back in 1901 and 1907, Meeteetsee's banks were the richest in the Bighorn Basin.
Get out.
They had the richest bankers or ranchers and the richest businessmen had become members of that bank, the First National Bank, and then followed Hayes over. So there was a lot of money in those banks.
In the early
the cash, but
in the early 1900s, that bank was stuffed, huh? Okay.
Meeteetsee was more profitable than Cody at that time.
I am learning so much. Every time I talk to you, Jack, I'm learning so much about this wonderful state. Holy cow. This had to be a fun story to dive into as you kept bumping into like other stories. Like this could be a whole nother story. Like this is so weird.
And it was so fun. Elizabeth Foss of the Meeteetsee Museum took me on a little tour of the bank and showed me the actual spot where they broke in 1958. You can see it. It's plastered over. It was bricked over. There used to be a window. And you can still see the spot where they successfully, after the Wild West was over, then the bank was robbed.
I saw that. I was flipping through the photographs and I saw that and I didn't necessarily know what it was. That's interesting.
It's ugly, but no, it's actually legitimately where the robbers got through.
So this bank today, you mentioned a museum. What is this bank today? Does the First National Bank of Meeteetse still exist?
It exists as a museum.
Oh, wow.
So, yes. And so it was used up until the 1970s when then they moved into a modern bank and donated the building to the museum. So it was always a bank, never anything else. They put it back into what it was like in 1901, added teller windows. They have some great displays. And remember when we did the bank currency back in the day where every bank, there was like 50 some banks in Wyoming that had currency? Bank of Meeteetsee. They're one of the ones.
They had their own currency, their own money. Oh, wow.
Yep.
Well, we're sharing a photo of the building. It looks like a beautiful building back in the day. Brick 1901 out there on the... Yeah, that is so cool. Jackie, I'm fascinated by all the things we learned from this story.
You got to visit it. It's there today.
Next time I'm through Matisse, could be, I think, Memorial Day weekend. I might be headed that way. So
that's a big weekend in Matisse.
Aha. I might check that out.
Dude, that's the day to go to Matisse.
There'll be no attempted bank robbery, but I might check out the bank/museum. Cool. Thank you, Jackie. I appreciate it. Have a great Tuesday.
You as well.
All right. Wow. Fascinating story. You got to check that out. Seriously, in the Cowboy State Daily. That time robbers got away with only $40 from the richest bank in the Bighorn Basin. What a disappointment. They planned and plotted and schemed, and this was not Ocean's 11. The payoff was more like Ocean's 0.5. They got $40 for their efforts. We got more stories like this. Fascinating stuff you have to know when we come back. News next.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Tuesday, April 15th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Nearly every member of the Vidavoo Volunteer Fire Department resigned Thursday after weeks of controversy in the department. Detractors of the mass resignation say the department's members had been acting outside safety standards and clashing with firefighters from other departments, and that the Albany County Fire District No. 1 Board did its best to address these issues. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the leaders of the resignation wave say they left because the board operated without transparency and good faith.
People who are speaking kind of for the mass resignation crowd are saying, we don't know, we don't hear things from the board, we don't have a lot of clarity, we don't have a lot of direction. This just feels like bullying. Whereas people who are a little more critical of the current makeup of the department are saying, no, they've been reported for safety concerns.
At least one member of the department, Dave Bray, did not resign. Bray was appointed temporary interim chief after a Monday emergency meeting of the district board, and the Albany County Fire District 1 Central Department has been responding to fires in that area. In graphic testimony Monday, a former foster daughter of Stephen Marler described how he sexually assaulted her in the family's master bedroom in Casper. This was the fourth day of an anticipated 3-week trial involving more than 24 charges against a former national award-winning foster parent. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck was in the courtroom for the testimony, which included allegations of severe abuse of some of the boys in Marler's care.
There were a series of adopted sons that testified today. One of them talked about how they had just finished shoveling off a metal roof at the Marler household, and then he wasn't going fast enough to get off the roof. He said he was trying to be careful because of ice, and Stephen Marler kicked him in the back and sent him off the roof into some jagged metal at the end of the roof, cut his leg.
Other former foster children also detailed alleged physical abuse in the family's Casper Mountain home. The longtime nationwide debate over abortion has made its way to the Park County Animal Shelter in Cody, where the facility's director has resigned over a policy to perform spay abortions on pregnant cats. Cody resident Jonna Harris told Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson on Monday that she quit because of the shelter's lack of public transparency about its policies on spaying pregnant cats.
Jonna Harris basically just feels that the animal shelter and the board have adopted kind of a blanket policy for performing these spay abortions, and she doesn't believe that's right. She believes that it should really only be done at least on a case-by-case basis and be kind of limited to more kind of medical conditions. She feels like the animal shelter is not being transparent with the public about this policy.
One of the previous executive directors said the position at the shelter is a difficult one that involves navigating professionalism and empathy for humans and animals. But she said she also ran into problems with the board that caused her to resign. Harris was the fourth executive director to serve in the position since 2018. 2018. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicolason Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
Well, if you've ever wanted to have a pet kangaroo, the good news is the Wyoming Game and Fish Department can issue you a permit to own one. The bad news is, as an outside pet, your kangaroo would probably freeze to death here. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines uncovered these facts while researching a popular post making the rounds on social media, which claims to show a map of where a person can legally own a kangaroo in the U.S.
It lists Wyoming as a state where it is not legal to own a kangaroo. According to what I found out, that is not true. You can. Wyoming Game and Fish Department lists kangaroos and wallabies, by the way, as animals that you can legally own in Wyoming, provided you have a special permit to do so. I talked to one person I know who does animal rescue. We featured her before. She has some exotics at her place. She's got cotamundri and some different like South American raccoons and some odd animals. She said no kangaroos yet, but if she gets the opportunity, she'd love to have one.
Kangaroos can endure chilly weather relative to what they're accustomed to on their home turf in Australia, meaning about 37 degrees at the coldest. Wyoming's cold and freezing winds, not so much. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
There I was, 16, divorced, remarried with a baby, another on the way, and I could barely read or write. It was time for me to change my life and the lives of my family, so I went back and I got my high school diploma. That was the catalyst I needed. Now I have a bachelor's, a master's, and I became a teacher.
Mom, this is your very first yearbook.
Your commitment to education motivates me, your coworkers, and your students.
You showed me that if you come from nothing, you can still be anything.
You told me I deserve to succeed. It's been 15 years and I still live by that.
You're the model for success for your kids, grandkids, and your students.
When I look at all these success stories, I cannot help but think it all started by getting my high school diploma.
When you graduate, they graduate. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues here in hour 3. Mark Hines will be in the Zoom room momentarily and joining the conversation. Mark will talk about his kangaroo story. If you really want to own a kangaroo, Mark will tell you how to go about that. But he does warn that kangaroos are not going to like Wyoming's cold. And Wyoming's cold for a lot of the year. It's cold start to the day today, but it's going to be pretty nice around the state weather-wise. You're going to enjoy it. Mark will be here, and then our own resident cowboy, Kevin Meyer, making horse sense of the world. He'll be joining us as well. Mark has... among other, in addition to the kangaroo story, Mark has other stories about wolves. We're following wolves in Colorado. The second batch of Canadian wolves were released in Colorado. And from that release, already 2 of those wolves have migrated north into Wyoming and got into trouble and got killed. The second wolf, we don't know much about. Authorities are not sharing a lot of info as to where or why the wolf was killed in Wyoming from Colorado, but maybe we can learn more. Maybe Mark knows more, but right now that's all we know is a second wolf from that Colorado release got itself killed in Wyoming, and that's about all we know. We knew of the one that migrated north out of Colorado and got into some trouble on a ranch and was dispatched by authorities, but we don't know much about this second one. Still, Mark, not too many answers. We just know that a Colorado wolf came to Wyoming and is now dead.
Yeah. And apparently, I think it can be construed it was probably shot by a private party.
Yeah.
The first one, it was specified. Well, the general area was specified as north central Wyoming, and then the manner of death was specified because that was actually taken out by USDA, Wildlife Services agents. This one apparently being taken by a private party. They don't release that information, and the reason being is that they don't want wolf hunters stalked and harassed and threatened and all that. And the age, that's one of the side effects of the age we live in. Everybody's on social media, and people find ways to find other people they don't like and do and say terrible things to them. So whether you agree or disagree, that should be the law. That is the law in Wyoming. That Game and Fish can't really disclose specifics about those things.
Yeah.
So.
That's understandable. We always want accountability and transparency. Authorities did let us know that they were releasing these Canadian wolves in Colorado, one batch and then another. They did kind of let us know when, but as far as what happens after, sometimes, for discretion, we don't need, I guess, to know everything. To me, we just talked about this spring and this time of year, and right now there's grizzly captures going on, especially in the northwest part of the state. So you got to be careful. If you see any signage out there, seriously, stay away from those areas because these grizzly bears are baited. And then when they get in the trap, they're darted and drugged, and they're all kinds of studies are done. They take hair samples, all this stuff. When these bears wake up, they're not in the best of moods. I'll tell you that. So you really got to be careful. And the folks that do this and these all this ongoing study is necessary as long as the feds and the states are at opposition. As far as delisting the grizz, you got to keep proving with empirical data how many grizzlies there are, where they go, and you've got to be able to show data to the politicians back east about grizzlies. So the people that do this are the U.S. Geological Survey Interagency Grizzly Bear Study Team, IGBST.
Yes.
Whew,
say that 3 times fast.
Please, no. But it's a multi-agency outfit that works, in Wyoming, and they're doing the grizzly bear stuff. That agency could be the funding of it and the whole survival of it could be in jeopardy. Maybe a 52-year-old federal agency dates back to 1973. Could it be perhaps on the chopping block because of ongoing federal cuts? It's a story from
the scariest part about it, everything you said is that 1972 was 53 years ago. But
I know. Wow.
We're getting old, Jake.
Yeah.
It's part of the, again, regardless of whether you agree or disagree with it, that is, what's going on is that there is a lot of cutting of federal programs right now, and that is a federal program that may be up, that might be in the crosshairs to be cut. And it's a cooperative venture. The Wyoming Game and Fish is involved, as are the state agencies in Montana and Idaho, as well as the tribal Game and Fish is involved as well. So, but it's federally led. The guys at the top work for USGS and other federal agencies. And you're right, Jake. It has raised some questions about what is the future of grizzly bear management and grizzly bear study going to be should this team get cut? And it kind of goes hand in hand with this latest push to get the bears delisted in the lower 48, which politically anyway seems to be more likely than it has been in any time in recent memory. The current Game and Fish director, Angie Bruce, she came right out and said during a legislative hearing not too long ago that she sees it. I think the term she uses that the stars have aligned for grizzly bear delisting.
Yeah.
Which she openly favors, and which Brian Nesbitt openly favored before her. And of course, he is on the cusp of becoming the director of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So could all this coming together, all this kind of happening simultaneously could make grizzly policy interesting, or it may make it change here in the near future. And again, there's folks that think that's awesome, and there's some that aren't so thrilled about it, but that is what's happening. That's what we're reporting.
Yeah, and for the intent of this story doesn't really go down that track. I mean, the train is on the track, and it does look like we're headed to a delisting. But in this case, the money, man, this is Elon Musk's fault. He's going through with the Doge, and he's cutting and chopping. And is this agency even going to be necessary moving forward if the grizzly bear is delisted? Me personally, it's not a matter of like wasting money on this grizzly bear agency. It's more of just leave the bears alone. Enough already. I mean, the capture and the study and just let these animals be wild. For me, every time you handle these bears, I think you do nothing but make them mad. And I don't like it.
Sure. I think that's an argument that that's a point of view that some people have, Jake. Put yourself in the bear's shoes or the bear's paws. Here comes those idiots again.
Yeah, here we go again. I fell for that stupid bait again. I was sniffing. I smelled some rancid chicken, and there I am. I'm in the cage again, and now I got this new ear tag. And
of course, the other side of it is we need to, regardless of what the policy is, we need to keep studying the bears like we study other wildlife. I mean, we still capturing lots of deer and elk, for example. We still capture and collar a lot of them just so we can keep track of their movements, because
and I'm not down with that either.
A lot of people would argue that is really vital for the conservation of those species, because you got to know their status, you got to know their movements, their patterns, and that in turn helps you do what's best for the animals. So
yeah, I dig, but on behalf of what's best for the animal, I think we kind of know pretty much everything. I mean, we don't have to know where they poop at this point. We kind of know everything that TMI, man, we know. And now, let's leave them alone a little bit. I saw this map you were talking about. I'm so excited. I saw this map that told me I can't own a kangaroo in Wyoming. And I'm like, darn, I really want. And I saw that very same map. And I love your questioning. You're not going to take just, a straight up, you dug into it and you found out, wait a minute, this map's not terribly accurate.
I'm fortunate enough to know that we have a great source who rescues and houses exotic animals like those South American Cotamundri and stuff, critters like that. And so I immediately thought if anybody would know, she would. And she said, well, I don't know about kangaroos, but you have to get what's called a Chapter 10 permit from Game and Fish to keep the species that I've been keeping. She's out east of Cheyenne. And so it was just a matter of looking up the paperwork and digging, and I found and eventually I found a list published by Game and Fish in PDF form that tells you which species you can have and which you cannot. And by golly, you can have, with a permit, you can have kangaroos or wallabies. Of course, the catch is, as we put in the story, is the weather here might not be the greatest for them.
Yeah.
At least during the winter, because I did a little bit of digging and in Australia, it can get down, the high 30s, low 40s, and they seem to be okay with that. They seem to be okay with even a little snow now and again. But if it plummets much lower than that, I guess there was an occasion in 2019 where it got really cold in Australia. And the kangaroos just really were not digging it. In fact, we got some great footage of a kangaroo standing there shivering. You know, if you ever see, I mean, it's not nice from the animal's point of view because he's suffering,
No.
but it is, you know, but so yeah, you know, that's the catch. And then I looked into basic kangaroo care from a ranch in Texas that does it, and really, they're not as high maintenance as I thought they were going to be. You know, you get kangaroo pellets. I guess maybe Purina makes kangaroo chow. Who knows? And otherwise, they can get by on hay and grass once they're adults. When they're babies, you have to give them formula. But the problem is, again, they got to have room and a lot of it and high fences because they can easily, you know, they can clear a 4 to 6 foot fence without even trying. So.
Oh.
Yeah, so the short answer is yes, you can have a kangaroo. The longer answer is, well, are you ready for that? When it gets really cold, where are you going to keep them? And when it's warm enough to let them outside, do you have enough space for them to run and hop around, and you have fences high enough to contain them? Because if your kangaroo gets out, your neighbors might not be the happiest about that. So.
That's a nightmare phone
But
call.
otherwise, if you think you can pull it off, Jake, go for it.
That's a phone call you do not want to get at 3 a.m. Your kangaroo is hopping outside of my trampoline.
Yeah.
So, Mark, you really went the extra mile in this story. It began with a map that I was just going to take as truth. And you dug harder. You found it wasn't truth, and you found the general care of wallabies, what kind of temperatures they like, and kangaroos, and holy cow! This is
everything you wanted to know about kangaroo care, but we're afraid to ask.
Plus stuff I thought I would never need. It is okay to, with permit from Wyoming Game and Fish, to own a kangaroo. You can be happy. Your kangaroo may not be. He's not going to like how cold it gets. Awesome. Thank you, Mark. Have a great day.
Thanks, Jake. You take care.
Mark Hines with several stories you want to check into. It's legal to own a kangaroo in Wyoming with proper permitting, but they'd probably freeze to death. That's the latest story from Mark Hines, and you can file that in the category of stuff you didn't think you needed to know, but now you do. We'll be right back after this quick break. Kevin Meyer on the way, making horse sense of the world. Our resident cowboy up next.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
In 2023, arm pump was holding me back. After a successful treatment at the McGinley Clinic in Wyoming, I can now focus on track instead of pain. The McGinley Clinic offers innovative, minimally invasive treatments for most sports injuries, including arm pump. They got me back to peak performance and back on the podium. Go check out McGinley Clinic today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here in hour 3 on a Tuesday. It's tax day. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news. I did mine Sunday and it was miserable. TurboTax estimated it would take me 2 hours to do my taxes. It took 2 hours and 16 minutes. Still, that's 2 hours a year that I'll never get back. Not to mention the thousands of dollars I'll never get back that went out the window to do what? Fill some potholes, buy a tank or a missile. I don't know what the government's doing with it, but wasting it, no doubt. Look, I'm as American as the next guy, but man, I hate paying taxes. Ugh. Cowboy Kevin Meyer will be here shortly. But in the meantime, I would like to share this story, this bizarre story from the Smoking Gun. I have no idea what that is. But I can ascertain that it's kind of fun. A Missouri man, you can't even make up headlines like this. Kevin's in the Zoom room, so we'll let him in. Yeah, you can't make up stuff like this. This story from the Smoking Gun. A Missouri man who fled the scene after crashing his truck into a come and go said blamed the whole incident on his Crocs. He said, my Croc got caught in the gas pedal, caused him to accelerate rather than brake into the business. Dale Hammett, 60-year-old, slammed his 2012 Dodge Ram into a come and go due to his Crocs. Look, kids, there's never a legitimate reason to wear Crocs, ever. And now there's one more reason not to. They could cause a crash. They could cause an accident. Kevin, I hope you don't have your Crocs on today.
Well, I tell you what, if I was ever to find myself in that situation, I'd just jump out of the car and tell the cop, I'm drunk.
Yeah, rather than to admit that the accident was caused by your Crocs. You would go through like, yeah, you better breathalyze me. I'm drunk.
Yeah, because now, his neighbors, his friends, his grandchildren, even his pastor knows that he wears Crocs.
You can save more face admitting that you drank too much and drove and made that poor decision rather than to admit you are a Croc wearer. With all apologies to listeners out there that do wear the Crocs, just don't get it. But be careful. Yeah, they could get caught in the gas pedal or something. Well, that's not what we wanted to talk to you about. I wanted to cover several things. You have some stuff that you're bringing to the table as well. Let's start with 11-year-old Dusky Hall. I love this girl. Are you familiar with this barrel racing angel?
I am not, but since I found out her name this morning from listening to you, I am a huge fan.
Oh my goodness. I'm going to share for those of you on the radio, I'll describe, but for those of you sharing the podcast, Dusky Hall, 11-year-old barrel, all these barrel racers for me are just fearless. You want to talk about the events in rodeo that require courage? Sure, getting on a bull is courage or stupid, when somewhere in between there. But with no helmet, no flak jacket or anything else, to ride these barrel racing horses, and in the photo, you can see at a 45-degree angle Dusky Hall maneuvering around one of the barrels. She set an arena record the other day. This girl has won about $1 million rodeoing, and she's just turned 11. That's just stupid. Yeah, Dusky Hall, I'm a big fan, a new fan. Yeah, I'll be following her.
Isn't that something? I mean, that's going to be a long, lucrative career for her if she sticks with it, which I don't know why she wouldn't, because they always say that winning isn't everything, but it sure is a big thing when you start talking about numbers like that. It's real easy to keep up with a hobby or a pursuit when you're paying out like that.
And especially considering, for those of you who don't know, those horses underneath you, yeah, winning is everything when you got to pay for your next barrel racing horse. Those horses are not cheap, Kevin. You want to ballpark your average barrel racing horse that you'll see at the NFR?
Well, the ones at the NFR, those are going to be six-figure horses, really high five figures or low six-figure horses. Yeah.
Golly. Well, for that kind of money, you might as well go out and buy a Kawasaki horse. Did you see our cyber horse story? That's incredible. Kawasaki said they've developed a horse that's part ATV and part horse.
I have thoughts and questions, Jake.
I have questions for you, like how do you go about training this horse? I think you've got to get your AT guy on the line. But yeah, what start us off? What are your general thoughts about Kawasaki's new cyborg horse?
Well, number one, it looks more like a cyborg pony because that thing can't be over about 13 hands tall.
It's small.
Number two, what I really wonder is when I'm reshoeing that horse and I hot nail him into a circuit board, does that void the warranty?
Yeah, motherboard destroyed by horseshoe nail, and you probably get a shock. Good question. These are things we need to ponder.
So my next question is, last week we talked about it, and it was the talk of the week on pretty much every media outlet I saw. We're trying to de-extinct some animals that haven't been around for 10,000 years, but now we're trying to replace mechanically an animal that has nothing wrong with it. Did we really need to reinvent the horse?
Wow. So much there to unpack, Kevin. Yes, you're right. What are scientists doing when they're not busy trying to cure cancer? They're resurrecting a species I didn't think we needed to have back on the planet. The dire wolf is back after 10, 12, 13,000 year absence. And scientists are also looking forward in redesigning a horse that I didn't know there was anything wrong with the natural horse we have. Although I will say, I take comfort in knowing that if I owned one of these Kawasaki cyborg horses, there's probably little chance of colic. There's probably little chance that this horse will be getting into mischief at night when I thought I had the gate closed and he figured out how to get it open. There are some advantages to having a horse that just plugs in and recharges and stays where I put it, especially if you got him on a hunt trip, Kevin, and a grizzly bear comes into camp. This a Kawasaki horse isn't going to pull away from wherever you pull off the picket line and take off and run back to the ranch and leave me stranded afoot. He'll probably just stand right there.
Well, I'm going to play devil's advocate for you here for a second.
Okay.
Now, say said grizzly bear does come into camp and you decide that your best option is to jump on your little cyborg horse and run away.
Yes.
And you go to crank her up and the screen flashes error code. Or you get that little circle thing. Then it's buffering and it's buffering and it's buffering. And saying that's what would happen about the time I needed to go doctor a sick yearling, is it would have to buffer for a while. But here's my next fear. What if they integrate AI, artificial intelligence, into this thing and it starts acting like a horse? And maybe not even a nice horse. Maybe we've got cyborgs running around kicking people. Maybe they're going to learn how to open the gate. And then where are you going to be?
Yeah, you bring up some issues. Maybe AI will be involved in your new Kawasaki Cyber Horse. He'll try to act more like a horse for your own benefit and develop even worse habits that your average horse has. And certainly I did not think of the need to jump on your horse and get the heck out of Dodge, only to have spinning wheel come up and saying, an update is available for your pony. Would you like to apply that now? Estimated download time, 12 minutes. And you're like, what the? I got a grizzly bear. Yeah, good point. Okay, so that's never going to work. Training. Why is Jackie Dorothy in the Zoom room? She may have something to add to the conversation, but I have to assume it's a mistake. Okay. All right. We're probably not going to go there, especially considering this guy, Kevin Meyer, makes his living training real horses. And that's the last thing he'd probably want to hear is, we got a horse that needs no training. He just needs an occasional software update. I'm not sure what's worse. But you're not ready to go there into the future yet with this.
Well, I can see a world where there is a cyborg cowboy with a Marlboro vape pen, riding a cyborg horse, chasing cyborg cattle that are covered in lab-cultured meat across a vast prairie of artificial turf.
Oh, man. That paints a visual. Yeah, I'm surprised Hollywood hasn't invented something like that, but you're right. You're talking about a futuristic movie that sounds bizarre. We're having a joke about it, but in 100 years, that'll probably be your cyber cowboy and the life he or she leads. Yeah.
And then we'll look back on Yellowstone as a documentary.
Yeah. It'll be like, oh, the old days of Yellowstone. You might be right.
And here's the other part, and I sent you that picture that we could describe to people.
Yeah, what's that about? I'll share it now, but for those of you who are enjoying the podcast and the visuals, yeah, what's going on with that?
So this is just a little glimpse into how cowboys treat equipment. Most people who become cowboys because they're not good with equipment. They can't operate it very well. They dang sure don't want to work on. But I had a friend of mine send me that picture of a four-wheeler that is tipped over, and there's a second picture of what looks like a pretty nondescript cow. Well, she went to go tag that calf, and that cow decided that that calf didn't need a tag and went ahead and flipped that four-wheeler all the way over.
No, the cow did that?
Yeah.
Okay, we're looking, describing, what looks like a cow with a calf. I mean, it's calving season. And, cowboys want to get out there and tag their calves. And the maternal instinct of every animal. And this cow, protecting its calf, did this. And we're also sharing a photograph of your typical ATV upside down and kind of trashed. Holy cow, where did this happen? What's the backstory?
Well, the backstory is that's actually one of my cows, and that cow will eat cake out of your hand.
No. So normally super gentle.
Yeah, but when she has a calf, and I told my friend, because I'm pasturing my cows on her place, and she's been calving them out for me.
Yeah.
And I told her that calf doesn't need a tag. I calved that cow out the first time she had a calf, and even as a replacement heifer, yeah, that was a bad idea. But my friend, she is a tough one, and shout out Pam, because by golly, that calf has a tag in his ear.
You shared that piece of advice as less advice and more like a warning. That calf does not need tagged, and you don't want to go there. And she did, and probably going to be looking for some new ATV parts, but she got it done, huh?
Yeah. So I wonder, going back to the cyber horse, what that cyber horse would look after 1 year of calving cows that have good maternal instincts.
Oh, that could be a real showdown. Tie one hard and fast off that cyborg horsey from Kawasaki and see what happens. That'd be interesting. Wow. Okay. And then I guess one last thing, Kevin, are you interested? You got a lot of nice space over there in Douglas on the ranch, Mans Creek horses. You got room for a kangaroo, or are you in the kangaroo business at all? Because we found out from Mark Hines that it's okay to own a kangaroo in Wyoming with permission from the Game and Fish.
Well, I find that real interesting. That would be something else to see. The only time I've ever been around a kangaroo is when I was about 8 or 9 years old. There was a circus came to town, and they had a sideshow where a guy would box a kangaroo. And I heard you talking about the Three Stooges, and that always seemed to be involved in a lot of old movies. There's always someone going to box a kangaroo.
Yeah.
But it seems to me that I don't know what you would do with one other than if you wanted to go out. I heard Mark Hines talking about they have kangaroo ranches in Texas. I wonder if the people that run that wear Crocs.
Oh, that is food for thought. That's a Jack Handy moment. Do kangaroo ranchers wear Crocs? I mean, you might as well go full Aussie. They probably drink Fosters. Yeah. Good question. What do you do with a kangaroo other than just to say you have a kangaroo and you hang out? Like, if you get in the whole kangaroo ranching business, I mean, I could see some people get into llamas, and they're actually kind of cool for stock protection. They're really protective that way. And there's some useful, you can pack llamas, but what do you do with a kangaroo other than box it? And I've seen some videos, and I'm not squaring up on a kangaroo. They're nasty.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like a good idea to me.
All right.
And but to be, honest with you, I imagine it's mainly a hide trade. I don't know if there's anywhere in the world that eats kangaroo meat, but I know a lot of places you can go look and they'll advertise, a kangaroo hide purse. And I know in the Western world, there's a lot of reins that get made by kangaroo hide, kangaroo leather.
Oh my God. For our PETA listeners, earmuffs, cover your ears. Yeah. Kevin's ready to go into the kangaroo business for the hide only. He's wondering, how do you skin a kangaroo? I imagine after a few days of owning a kangaroo, that is going to be first and foremost on your mind. How do I slaughter and skin this thing? Good point, Kevin. All right, so we learned all the things we don't want to do. You don't want to tag that one calf. Just doesn't need a tag. You probably don't want to get into the cyborg horse business, because if you have to make a quick getaway or get anywhere fast, chances are you might encounter a spinning wheel and a software update. That wouldn't work. And kangaroos, no. Nope.
But the one thing we all want to do is have a really good day, my friend.
I can do that. You do that as well. Have a great Tuesday. Kevin Meyer joining us, making horse sense of the world with 3 things you want to avoid today. We covered those just in case you wanted to know. Cowboy State Daily Show continues after this break.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Our back and forth. It always came back. Dad! You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake here on the third hour on a Tuesday tax day. I was just during the break looking outside right over my shoulder. I wish I could. I don't dare move this camera. But if I did, right over my shoulder this way is a window outside. You can sort of see it in the mirror. And right outside that window on any given morning is a menagerie of wildlife. Could be an elk, could be a mule deer. I've seen a mountain lion right outside. I've seen a moose. Coyotes, for sure. A couple of naughty raccoons, yep. But right now, right outside, is our resident neighborhood bighorn sheep. And there's a little, it's too small in numbers to call them a herd, I guess. I guess you would call them a band of bighorn. There's traditionally been about 13 of them. I've been here about 4 or 5 years. And they're always here, these same 13, and they never seem to be able to grow in number, these 13 bighorn sheep. They're right outside the window. I mean, if the window's open, they can hear me, and I could probably hear them if they made any noise. And they're pretty cool right outside the window. But their genetics, you know, because they're cut off from any other band or herd, the genetic makeup of this bighorn sheep group is probably not real good. It's not diverse. And I think they struggle with health. And that's sort of an issue across Wyoming with bighorn sheep. The bighorn sheep is so synonymous with Wyoming. In the Dubois area, I mean, everywhere you go in Dubois and in the Wind Rivers, it's bighorn this, bighorn that. The bighorn sheep's iconic species of Wyoming, but it's struggling, as many species are, with man-made structures and mankind in general. And the bighorn sheep are struggling with just about everything health-wise. Pneumonia has killed off a whole bunch of sheep. There's poisoning and sickness from what was thought to be lichen that the sheep were exposed to and ate, lichen or moss. There's all kinds of things that have been killing bighorn sheep. And this particular little band has just never been able to grow beyond like 13 of them every time I count them. Although Game and Fish recently introduced from outside, in order to kind of help the gene pool, they introduced some male bighorn sheep, really big, robust, healthy looking bighorn sheep with huge curls. I mean, these, they put, I think I saw like 4 of them. And these males that they introduced into this little band must have been busy over the winter, or whenever it is bighorn sheep mate, I assume the fall, because I look outside now and I see the resident band is now more than 13. I see a few little guys, and it looks like about 16 of them. So, yeah, I'm encouraged. Bighorn sheep in the neighborhood. The numbers growing, and yeah, nice. That's good to know. I just thought I would share that with you. I'm also looking at, everybody's fascinated by wildlife, right? I'm also checking out this cool video. I don't know if it comes with sound. So to play the video for you, no, it does not come with sound, it says. So I will, I'll play this video and describe. It's a video of a zoo or it's the San Diego Zoo Safari Park. And you may have heard California was hit, I think yesterday, with a 5.2 magnitude earthquake, which for California is kind of like, average. It happened the other morning, yesterday morning, and CBS News is sharing this video from the zoo that shows a herd of African elephants instinctively surrounding the young of their group, some of the younger elephants. The elephants feel the earthquake. They sense danger. I mean, for an elephant to feel the ground shake, you might think, oh no, a herd of rival elephants is coming, shaking the ground. Let's circle and protect the young. And it's just incredible, the instincts of animals and how smart elephants are. And in the video, they feel the earthquake, and the bigger, older elephants circle the younger, more vulnerable ones, put their back to them, and they're on the lookout. They got heads on a swivel, and they're looking out for danger. It's just incredible. I love that. What do animals think of earthquakes? Obviously, elephants sense danger and look to protect. Oops, I put myself in the Zoom room. Elephants sense danger and look to protect the younger, weaker members of their group. That's just fascinating to me. How animals behave. 5.2 magnitude earthquake in California and the San Diego Zoo. Yeah, check that out on the interwebs next time you're killing time goofing around on the internet. I saw yesterday, we told you that there was an all-female crew went into outer space that included celebrity pop star Katy Perry. They were shot into outer space by Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin, the all-female crew, suborbital space. They did not orbit, but they did enter, technically, space. The whole thing was marketed as a historic mission celebrating women's achievements. Katy Perry, Gayle King, Lauren Sanchez, Amanda Nagayan, Aisha Bowe, and Carrie Ann Flynn. One of them is the girlfriend, I think, of Jeff Bezos. It was certainly a PR moment, but it's receiving, as so often happens, whenever you do anything in this world today, because of the prevalence of social media, whenever anyone does anything, there's always backlash. There's always haters going to hate, and there's always people ready to throw shade at anybody's achievements or anybody's undertakings. I mean, it seemed innocent enough to me. If you've got the means and you got the money and you're Katy Perry and you're fascinated with outer space, okay, so you join a 7-member all-female crew. You get on one of Jeff Bezos' spaceships, Blue Origin, and you go shoot yourself into space for like 11 minutes. Big deal. That's up to you if you want to do that. That's fun. But I'm seeing some backlash, including this story in Entertainment Weekly. Emily Ratajkowski, the famous model and spokesperson, and Emily Ratajkowski, she's also an outspoken activist, which I didn't know. But she has problems with the whole thing. She went on a big rant on TikTok the other day, and Ratajkowski said regarding the Blue Origin all-female space encounter yesterday that included Katy Perry, she said, "I'm disgusted, literally disgusted. Jeff Bezos, you care about Mother Earth, yet you're, and she called out everybody that took part in it. You care about Mother Earth, but yet you're boarding Bezos's rocket." She said, this space mission this morning, that's N times SH. She's like, this N times shite. She said in a video, like, this is beyond parody. Emily Ratajkowski, famous model activist, said that she didn't see the whole care about Mother Earth aspect. She just saw opportunists. All right. Can't we all just get along? Brenda Prater Sellers said we should just find ways to laugh every day. Starbucks makes the announcement that they're going to impose a stricter dress code for their employees. Starbucks making some questionable decisions of late. Starbucks is seeing their sales slumping nationwide, in fact, worldwide. And you wonder why. Starbucks represents corporate coffee, and there is a certain backlash against that. I know some people that really like their Starbucks coffee. I don't mind the taste of Starbucks coffee. Yeah, I think it's good. But yeah, I do have reservations about the whole corporate Starbucks things, including Starbucks insisting you order using their terminology. I'll have a venti. What's a venti? Apparently that's large. Like, I remember going to a Starbucks in an airport and saying, I want a large coffee. And having the employee tell me they didn't have that. I'm like, what do you mean you don't have that? Oh, we have venti. What the heck is venti? That's large. So I'm required to speak Latin in order to order a Starbucks coffee? Get over yourselves. So, yeah, I had it out for Starbucks beginning way back then. And then the whole Starbucks announced their new policy. They were going to do away with free Wi-Fi and bathrooms. Like you can't suck up their Wi-Fi and you can't use their bathrooms unless you order something, and you can't be in there all day. They were going to monitor better. They were losing money. From freeloaders just sitting around calling Starbucks their office all morning. Okay. And now Starbucks announces that their baristas are going to adhere to a dress code beginning May 12th. That dress code, the new dress code, means employees have to wear a solid black shirt that's either crew neck, collared, or button up. And they must wear pants or bottoms that are a shade of khaki, black, or blue denim. Talk about getting all corporate. Starbucks making decisions lately that, to me, are the reason their sales are slumping. They're not in response to slumping sales, to me. Starbucks is just kind of, they're not reading the room. Pretty much. Yeah, Starbucks. Go ahead with your dress code and your whole can't use the Wi-Fi unless I order a venti coffee, which is Latin for big. They're just too high and mighty for me, I think. It's the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Hour 4, our final hour, coming up next after this news break. Thank you so much for making us a part of your regular Tuesday. We're happy to be here for you. More coming up in the final hour. Renee Jean joins the conversation next hour. We'll see you in a bit.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Tuesday, April 15th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. A federal judge has ruled that a fired Campbell County Library director's lawsuit against the family that accused her of peddling pornography can go forward. Terry Leslie, who directed the Campbell County Public Library system until the library board fired her in July 2023, sued a local family that accused her of grooming local children because of the types of books that Leslie allowed on the shelves in the library. The judge said the civil suit can continue because the law protects LGBTQ advocates. That's according to Crime and Courts reporter Claire McFarland.
We don't have a lot of good contouring for how this federal section of the Ku Klux Klan Act is to be used and what classes of people it protects. And Judge Johnson kind of going through a sequence of cases and strapping logic from different cases together said, okay, looks to me like it protects the LGBTQ community.
Leslie's long and public war with the Bennett family started in June 2021 when the library advertised Pride and Rainbow Book Month and LGBTQ-related books for teens to access. The Bennetts began a campaign to publicly discredit Leslie and push her to remove books with LGBTQ content from the library. There was still no information available through official channels Monday about a Colorado wolf that died in Wyoming last Wednesday, with Wyoming officials citing a law that keeps wolf hunters' identities confidential. That's left people in both states feeling frustrated, according to Outdoors reporter Mark Hines.
There is a law in place that prohibits the identity or any specific details of a legal wolf taking being released. They don't want people being stalked, harassed, threatened because of folks that have have extremely strong opinions about wolves being hunted and shot.
In Wyoming, wolves remain completely protected within the boundaries of Yellowstone and Grand Teton National Parks. In some areas adjacent to the parks, they may be shot by hunters with wolf tags during specific hunting seasons. In the rest of Wyoming, roughly 85% of the state, wolves may be shot on site at any time with no wolf hunting tag required. The President Donald Trump endorsed Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, or SAVE Act, is now moving to the U.S. Senate. But fears have started to mount that if passed into law, the federal legislation, which requires proof of U.S. citizenship before registering to vote, will make it harder for married women, especially if she has changed her last name as a result of a marriage and doesn't have a passport or marriage license readily available. However, Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson reports that Wyoming's congressional delegation and Secretary of State Chuck Gray all say these concerns are simply being used as a fear tactic to scare people away from supporting the legislation.
He doesn't believe that there's any proof that a maiden name wouldn't be accepted. But I also spoke to Marissa Carpio, policy director for the Equality State Policy Center, which also opposes this bill. And she said that someone who has to go through onerous hurdles and burdens in the pursuit of voting is also facing a form of disenfranchisement.
Both U.S. Senators John Barrasso and Cynthia Lummis say they plan to vote for the bill that passed the House on a 220 to 208 vote last week. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicholas and Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
Well, Ian Munsick isn't shy about being from the Cowboy State, and Tuesday he's bringing that pride and love for the West to a national audience. Munsick has been invited to appear on national television on The Kelly Clarkson Show, where he'll perform his latest single, God Bless the West. But Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports the call from Clarkson's show came at an awkward time.
So Ian was on his way to the Bahamas for his brother's wedding, and he's like trying to think, how am I going to make this happen? Fortunately, he had already been working on a live recording. You know, he was going to release it in a couple of months. So just move that timetable up, cycle that in, and that made it work out.
Bringing the West to the rest has long been Munsick's motto with the work that he does, and that's the inspiration behind the song God Bless the West. In fact, that line is a battle cry at every concert. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I do not have guns at home.
I feel really safe and secure having a gun in the house.
Judge, my opponent is completely disregarding almost half of my arguments which I respond to.
Communities must step up
Laws
and
alone
protest
cannot
against this
stop a
normalized.
bullet.
Our community must educate and push back against all that violence.
Every individual needs to be aware of what they can do to keep kids safe.
I completely disagree.
I'm not going to listen to points that are completely ridiculous.
Point of inquiry. Do you guys even realize that the #1 killer of children and teens are gun injuries? Why are we fighting about this?
We have a serious problem in this country.
There is no adult in this earth that wants children to die.
I worry for my kids.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues here in the final hour on a Tuesday into the Zoom room. Renee Jean. Renee hangs out with big country superstars like Ian Munsick. We can't even talk to you anymore, Renee. You're really, you're getting with, but you know what? You will probably be the first person to say that Ian is one of those superstars, and he's on his way to superstardom. that he's the guy who's never going to forget his roots. He's always going to be a regular guy. He's always going to have time for any reporter from the Cowboy State, that's for sure. This guy loves the West, and he's real.
For sure. I mean, yeah, I can't say that I hang out with Ian Munsick. That wouldn't
Okay.
be accurate at all. But he does talk to Cowboy State Daily on a regular basis when anything interesting is going on, and I really appreciate that he does. This will be his second appearance on the Kelly Clarkson show, and I thought it was really kind of cool that he took that text, that Kelly Clarkson wanted him on her show on the way to his brother's wedding in the Bahamas. Like, talk about a rock and a hard place. Of course, he doesn't want to say no to Kelly Clarkson. He can't say no to his brother. He found a way to make both work. And so today he'll be on the show singing one of his new songs called God Bless the West.
I like that. Ian Munsick. And I love the way Ian's always been about where he's from. That's not always the case with, a superstar athlete or a superstar actor or any celebrity type. They don't always, if ever, remind people where they're from and have pride in where they come from. Ian Munsick's always been like that.
Yeah, he definitely loves Wyoming, and you can see the fingerprints of Wyoming all over all of his songs. You can see it in God Bless the West. Ian told me that this song, he really sees it as a prayer, both for the West and for the love of his life, his wife, Carolyn. That's pretty cool. And you can tell from the lyrics, it's kind of ambiguous. Sometimes it sounds like we're talking about a place. Sometimes it sounds like we're talking about a person. That's the way he meant the song to be, because he really liked to take the West with him everywhere he goes. And he'd also like to take his wife with him everywhere he goes. But, that's pretty hard to do when you're on the road across the country, singing to audiences.
Aw, what a guy. The more I hear and know of Ian Munsick, the more I really dig who he is as a person. Always enjoy the music. His Cowgirls song, that's the one he played first time on the Kelly Clarkson show. He'll be on today, depending on where and when you get the show. He'll be on kind of all day on Kelly Clarkson performing his latest single. That's pretty neat. Renee also hangs out with some pretty celebrity types in the TV world. I did not know of this young lady, but I do now. Tabitha, she's got her own reality television show, Tabitha Coffee. She's a celebrity stylist. She was a guest speaker the other day for CWC, the college in Riverton. And there's folks in the cosmetology program that were probably excited to be able to get up close and meet and talk with Tabitha. She's something in that kind of world, huh?
Oh yeah, the cosmetology students at Central Wyoming College were just giddy with excitement, walking on cloud nine. They'll be talking about this for a long time to come. Of course, Tabitha Kofi is well known for her tough love style, her no nonsense demeanor. She tells it like it is. And that is what she did with these cosmetology students. I got to watch her interact a little bit after one of her shows with these kids, and she just lays it right on the line. Such helpful advice for these kids as they go out into the world. But I thought the biggest thing that she said that applies really to everybody is, you're not just anything. You're not just a hairdresser. You may think that you're just going to open a little salon and stand behind a chair, but it doesn't have to be that way. It can lead to all of these things that it led to in her life. And it was eye-opening to hear her put it that way, that just because you've chosen a career path here doesn't mean that the world of possibilities isn't open to you. You just need to broaden your thinking a little. And it's a great time for these kids to hear that message, as they're trying to make career plans, trying to think about what they want to do with their lives.
That's really cool, and that's big of Tabitha to understand that there's no reason to pigeonhole yourself or define yourself as any one thing. You're going to school for cosmetology. Maybe that's going to be your career, maybe not. Even if it is your career, that doesn't define you. It's not the end of all you are. That's very insightful of Tabitha, who I haven't seen the show, but she did 5 years of a kind of a salon makeover show where she was similar to those that chef show you see where the chef comes into your restaurant. He's like, "You guys are doing your soup all wrong, and here's how I'm going to fix." Tabitha comes in and says, "That's not how you put on lipstick. Let me show you something."
It's like the Gordon Ramsay of the
Yeah.
salon world, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like Gordon Ramsay is so outspoken, and if you're doing something wrong, boy, he's gonna let you know about it. Like the time he walked into a restaurant and he found that there was spoiled meat in the refrigerator that they were serving, just like exploded. And that's the kind of personality Tabitha has on her television shows. It's tough love all the way, but I think sometimes we all need a dose of that to kind of open our eyes and to what we're doing. Habits become destiny, right? If somebody doesn't intervene and say, look at this, and think about it and broaden your horizons a little, then habit becomes destiny, and that destiny is not always great.
Very good point. Weighty stuff from Renee. Maybe if Gordon Ramsay came into your average Wyoming restaurant, he would tell you, never mind the flank steak, never mind the sirloin. You're wasting all the good parts. Don't throw away the guts. People want to eat that tongue. People want to eat those intestines. This is so. I had to throw up a little bit in my mouth when I read this story, Renee. Eating Wyoming, your series, Eating Wyoming, innards are in with foodies, homesteaders, and health nuts. For real? People are wanting like what usually is thrown away? Ooh.
Like, I've occasionally eaten chicken liver in this dish. It's an Italian dish. It's fried chicken livers in fettuccine Alfredo. And that's pretty good, but I'm not a big fan of chicken livers. So I really got where Alex Springs, the Chug Springs butcher, was coming from when he said, "Yeah, to me, awful is just awful."
Awful is the terminology for cuts that, might have been what hit the wastebasket. But Americans, apparently, there's a trend. But even Alex Spring, who runs the butchery, and says, occasionally more and more, he's noticing people are wanting these offbeat cuts. He said, I don't do the awful thing. It's awful for me.
It's funny how I found this story too, Jake. April 1st, and I'm tootling around, scrolling through Facebook, trying to find, interesting things to write about. And it's really hard because all these news outlets are doing these April Fool's joke articles. People are making these fake posts. Well, I saw this post where a butcher shop had restocked its offal, so everyone come in and get some. And at first, I thought that was an April Fool's joke.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, oh, here's another one. But as I got to looking at it and reading a little on their website, I realized it wasn't a joke. It was actually a trend. And that trend has been happening for a while nationwide, but it's starting to show up in Wyoming now, too. Alex said it's just within the last year that he started getting a lot of calls about, do you have tongues? Do you have livers? Do you have hearts? And those kind of things that normally would be part of the scrap heap, or that he would just have so many of, he can't sell them all. So I thought that's pretty interesting, really. And it's no April Fools. People are looking at those as more nutritious. They're more dense with protein. They have vitamins and minerals that are hard to get in food, like vitamin D. It's hard to get in food that you eat. It comes from the sun, but it's only in a few foods like mushrooms. Salmon has vitamin D, but you'd have to literally you'd have to eat salmon all day to get it. Omega-3 acids, those kind of things. Some of these cuts that are considered awful are actually very high in those nutrients.
I'll opt for the sun, but yes, if I'm ordering at a restaurant, I'll be like, yeah, I'll go with the cow tongue and give me a side of chicken feet as well. No, but I can see on April 1st, Renee, where you'd be very leery about everything you read. I hate when news outlets do that. I don't like April Fool's jokes for that reason, because then, you already can't trust any news you read on the internet. Now on April 1st, you can't trust most of it.
I think it's a bad idea to do that. I've never worked in a paper that does that. And I hope I never do, because I just think it's a terrible idea. But
me too. Me too. I worked for a paper that did that as well, and I tried to talk them out of it. I'm like, I don't like that.
Yeah, it's not a good idea. But I was going to say, don't knock the chicken feet till you try them. They're actually very delicious. I've had them on Olive Boulevard in St. Louis. They have 3 Chinese restaurants there that serve dim sum on Sunday. That's the best Chinese appetizer. It's like finger foods all day long. They are so good, and chicken feet is one of the dishes that they serve, and it is delicious.
Well, there'll be no breakfast for me after the show. Thanks, Renee. I'm kind of put off from that. I'm going to go with good old American beef, or good old Australian beef. Your story about Australia, who does about a $29 billion industry selling beef in America, but it doesn't go the other way. They don't want anything to do with U.S. beef, and mostly it's because they can't be guaranteed it was born, bred, and slaughtered in the U.S.
So, we have producers who live on in Montana along the border, and Texas along the border, and some of them are having cattle traipse, back and forth a little bit. That doesn't mean the protocols aren't followed by those producers. It doesn't mean that the beef supply is in danger, but that is kind of the reason that Australia gives for not allowing American beef in the country. They don't technically ban our products. American beef is allowed, but this question about the Canadian and Mexican beef, that's the hang up. But so I think it's very interesting that, we have some of the best beef in the world here in Wyoming, let's be honest. And just the whole way this trade system works, Jake, we are exporting these luxury high-end products to the countries outside of the U.S. that can afford and want them, and it's quite a few. And then we are importing these lower quality, hard to make it to choice cuts from like Australia and some other countries. So what ends up on your dinner plate are these lesser cuts of meat. Talking with Tyler McCann over in Riverton, who does the River City Beef Rendezvous in Riverton every year and picks the best Wyoming beef. What he'd like to see is more American beef on plates. So many Americans haven't even tried American beef. The cuts they're getting are from other countries. He'd like to see labeling so that it's transparent and consumers can make the choice. Do they want to pay a little more for high quality American beef, or is tonight's dinner just about getting by and they want the lesser cut? That's fine, but they should be able to know what they're buying.
Amen. I'm all about that. Farm to fork, ranch to plate, whatever you want to call it, consuming local American U.S. beef. Absolutely. And yeah, what you bring up, it's so interesting. This story brings up aspects of also global trade in the oil market. You look at the U.S. produces, is able to generate a lot of our own domestic oil, yet sometimes it makes more sense to export it and get money for that and then go buy oil from other countries and import that. It's just the global economy is just so weird like that. And I'm glad you explained in the story also that this is not a ban on U.S. beef. In fact, Australia says how the USDA does it. We're confident in U.S. beef. The problem is Canada and Mexico. We're worried about those countries. We don't have agreements with them, and we can't be assured that this isn't some kind of Mexican cow that's gone into Australia. And also, it has nothing to do with the current tariff environment that we're talking about and the Trump tariffs and all that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, very cool, Renee. You've been busy. Enjoy your stories. Have a great Tuesday. All right.
All right. You too.
Okay. Renee G with several stories in the Cowboy State Daily you got to read, including her brush with fame. You know, Renee hangs out with some high and mighty people. Ian Munsick, Tabitha Kofi, and other celebrities. But when Renee wants to sit down to a good home-cooked meal, it might be chicken feet and cow tongue. That's how they dine in the upper crust, I guess. Ooh. Yeah, I don't think so. And her story about why Australia exports a lot of beef to the U.S. here, but they won't take it the other way. Interesting stuff from Renee Jean, Cowboy State Daily. More coming up after this quick break.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About, Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Cowboy State Daily Show returns here in the final hour. Thank you for following along with us this morning. This day in Wyoming history includes the following. Actually, this day in U.S. history had nationwide implications. On this day, April 15th, 1861, President Abraham Lincoln declared a state of insurrection and called out Union troops following the Confederate attack on Fort Sumter in South Carolina. He calls for 75,000 volunteers for federal service, even though at the time nobody expected a long or major war. It was simply insurrection. On this day in 1861, little did we know it would lead to the Civil War. On this day, 1869, John Campbell, Wyoming's first territorial governor, took the oath of office. Laramie passed an anti-gambling ordinance in 1890 on this day that was largely ignored, I'm sure. And today, boy, if you ever want a piece of useless trivia to be able to lord over your friends, you know, this is cocktail party trivia that you can say you know and they don't. Tennis was played for the first time in Wyoming on this day in 1905. You want to guess where? Just for the extra bonus trivia points. And by the way, I hope you're listening, Abby. This will be the first trivia question we ask you in 2 days. We do our Ask Abby segment every Thursday in the final hour, right about this time. So 2 days from now, 48 hours from now, Abby, this is going to be your first question. I hope you're prepping for your spot on the show by watching. And we're going to ask you, what year was tennis first played in Wyoming? Tennis was a long time coming to Wyoming because of all the snow. I mean, the ball just didn't bounce well, you know? Tennis is kind of ruined in Wyoming because of all the snow. So it didn't get here till 1905, and your bonus coverage, where? Saratoga, Wyoming, the birthplace of tennis in the Cowboy state. Just so you know, it all happened on this day in history, April 15th. Time to rodeo, the Western Ag Network. Will Rasmussen with the Rodeo Road Show.
It's the Rodeo Road Show on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. A huge rodeo ended over the weekend, the American, where each winner won at least $100,000. It is not an approved and sanctioned rodeo by the PRCA, which means the dollars don't count toward a qualification to the National Finals Rodeo, but that money spends. We will talk about the winners of the American coming up next.
You're invited to Stetsons and Stilettos May 2nd at Swift River Ranch, the fundraising event for the Nile Foundation that provides scholarships to students pursuing careers in agriculture. Stetsons and Stilettos is reimagined this year with a more casual atmosphere. Enjoy the auctions, the Kentucky Derby Calcutta, and live music and dancing to Exit 53. Buy a table, buy a ticket, or pay a cover charge to enjoy the band, but do come and support the Nile Foundation's scholarship program. Purchase tickets online at thenile.org.
Not all cattle supplements are created equal. Flaxlick is nutritionally engineered to bridge nutritional gaps, delivering the omega-3s, protein, vitamins, and minerals your herd needs for growth, reproduction, and immune support. Its 24-hour feeding system ensures consistent, controlled nutrient delivery day and night. Backed by research trusted by producers, Flaxlick is not just another tub. It's nutritionally engineered for optimal performance. Explore Flaxlick and find a dealer at smartlick.com. That's smartlic.com.
The winners of the American and a whole lot of money, including $100,000. In the bareback riding, Rocker Steiner from Texas wins it. Steer wrestler Will Loomis from Mississippi won his specialty. In the team roping event, the world champions Caleb Driggers from South Carolina, Junior Nogueira from Brazil, the team roping champions, Australian saddle bronc rider Damian Brennan, the saddle bronc champion. There's world champion tie-down roper Shane Henchy from Louisiana, wins the tie-down roping. In the barrel race, a lady that's been just on fire, Cassie Mowry From Texas, the barrel racing champion. Breakaway roper Josie Connor from Louisiana stuffs $100,000 in her pockets. And bull rider Tristan Hutchings from Montague, Idaho. He's a 3-time national finalist. He has finished in the top 10 the last couple of years in the bull riding, has overcome injuries. He just won Rodeo Houston. He will be a guest on the Rodeo Roadshow coming up. He wins $125,000. He was the only bull rider to make a qualified ride in the finals of the American. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Yes, it is. And I'm Jake. This is the show. Welcome back from rodeoing. I'm this next story I save for last, not because I saved the best for last, because I save what I'm least interested in for last, maybe. Sort of, if we have time, we'll get to it type of stuff. And I still cannot get to a place where I am terribly worried about election integrity. I know some Americans are. I know Secretary of State Chuck Ray would leap out of his skin if he heard me say this. But I'm not terribly worried. I'm not losing any sleep over election integrity. I'm not worried that people are voting by using altered or fake ID or no ID. If you want to take the time to get up and go down to the election place and vote, good for you. I can't find the energy to do that. I don't vote. I'm disgusted by the whole field of people to vote for. If I found somebody worth voting for, maybe I'd go out and vote. I don't like any of them. But the idea that we're worried that about people proving they're real citizens of the United States or proving they truly live in Wyoming in order to vote, I can't really get my panties in a bunch over that. Whatever. Wyoming delegation Chuck Ray say opposition to SAVE Act is radical left hype. So Secretary of State Chuck Ray proposed like 5, 6, 7 pieces of legislation that would help create more voter security and integrity in Wyoming. Meanwhile, I'm not sure Wyoming has a problem with voter security or insecurity for that matter. President Donald Trump endorsed Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, otherwise known as SAVE, has got some people worried that it may make it more difficult, in particular for married women, to register to vote because their last name would change or not change, but let's say their last name changed when they get married and they don't have ID that shows that. Is that going to be a problem? Secretary of State Chuck Ray, along with Wyoming's congressional delegation, say these concerns are not justified and they're being fueled by and fanned by Democrats trying to create fear tactics, trying to scare people away from supporting this legislation. Meanwhile, there's the Real ID Act, which is a 2005 federal act that would establish stricter security standards requiring and identification requirements for driver's licenses and other identification cards. The good news is Wyoming's been complying for a while. Wyoming's ahead of the curve when it comes to Real ID, and you've probably seen a lot of this in your internet feed, your social media feed right now. worries that you may not be ready for the real ID. You've got the deadline for states to comply with real ID is May 7th. So it's coming up. In like 3 weeks, you will have to have real ID to prove you're really you. Now, in Wyoming, the good news is WYDOT has been working toward real ID for quite a while. In fact, take a look at your driver's license. If you're from Wyoming, go ahead and whip that out. Excuse me while I whip this out, Blazing Saddles reference. And everybody screams. Your ID likely has a star in the upper right-hand corner. Check it out. Your license has a star in the upper right-hand corner. WYDOT's been doing that for years. I think going back 2011. So if you got your license and you're required to get a new license every 4 years, I don't know how you don't have a real ID. Let's just put it that way. If you're worried in Wyoming that, oh no, I don't have a real ID, if you have a driver's license, yes, you do. Because I don't know any other way. Since 2011, WYDOT's been putting a star in the upper right-hand corner. It was in 2019, it was a black star. 2019 and prior. After 2019, that black star is now a gold star. So chances are you have either a black star or a gold star in the upper right-hand corner of your license. That means you meet real ID requirements. You're good to go. So you don't have to fear this May 7th deadline about the real ID. For all the rest of you not from Wyoming and not carrying a driver's license, I don't know. You don't exist. According to real ID, I guess. I really, again, I can't get myself to a very worried state over ID and proving I'm me when I'm going to vote. You know what's more important to worry about? Southwest Airlines. What is the reason to fly Southwest Airlines other than the perks they were able to deliver that other airlines were not? I have never flown on Southwest Airlines because for the sole reason that they don't fly anywhere I'm coming from or going to. And those of you who may be listening to the show who live in big cities have way more options. My options where I live are two: United and Delta. That's it. I've never been on a Southwest Airlines plane. I have no idea what that experience is like. But I do know until recently, Southwest Airline customers have enjoyed some perks that the rest of us don't, including the free checked bags. Southwest Airlines, their whole advertisement was your first 2 checked bags are free. What a perk. Because I can tell you right now, on the airlines that I travel, they're looking to get money out of you any way they can, including paying for your seat. That just annoys me about airlines. I just traveled the other day and I had to book the flight, and we've all had to do this. And I booked the flight, and then there's the nickel and dime that comes after securing your ticket. I booked my flight on, I won't even say who, Delta or United, one of the major airlines, and that cost is high enough. Then they want to know, do you have a bag to check? Well, that's going to be another $70 or $35 each way. Your first bag. There's no free. The only thing free is if you can manage to carry on something. So the wife and I, we're lugging on the biggest thing you can possibly shove into the overhead. Because unlike Southwest Airlines, the first 2 bags are not free at the major airlines. They're going to charge you for everything you check. Then they're gonna want to know if you want a seat. If you want an assigned seat. If you don't choose the assigned seat option, which costs money, you get randomly assigned seats and sometimes not together. In fact, one of our flights we had seats that were not together. So if you want to choose, the seat is extra, in other words, on your flight. Who knew? It's like, I want to book a flight to Cabo, Mexico. And then the airline says, well, do you have a bag? Yeah, I'm not going empty-handed. I got clothes. Well, that's going to be extra. Do you want a seat? Yeah, I wasn't planning on standing the entire 3.5-hour flight. I'd like to sit down. Oh, that's going to be extra. Oh, these airlines. It's going to be extra. Would you like to load early in front of these other people? That's going to be extra. I don't even want to get into the whole loading of a plane. It makes no sense to allow the people in the front of the plane to get on first. In what world does that make sense? You load from the back up. Otherwise, you got to go past all the people that are in the way. They're goofing around. They got stuff in the aisle. Who loads the front to back? Well, you do that so you can accommodate the first class people who want to get on the plane first. But it makes no sense other than you want to see class. You think the DEI is practiced in the airlines? Heck no. Diversity, equity, inclusion? No, there's no equity in air travel. There is class. There is a caste system that we thought we did away with in old Europe. There is a definitive caste system. The people who pay this much get on the plane first, even though they're in the way of the, and where I end up boarding somewhere near the bathroom on the back end of the plane. The zone, they board the zones. Now calling zone 1, forget it. You're not zone 1. Now calling zone 2. And of course, everybody at the gate, they all stay, even if you're in zone 6, they're all stand up and hoarded around they're all ready to go. So they're in the way and you're in zone 2. You can't even get through these people because they want to get on first. It is important actually to get on first. Otherwise they run out of overhead storage and then they got to check your carry-on and then lose it. So it's important to get on that plane as fast as you can. But I'm always in in zone 1, 2, 3, 4. They're down to zone 6, and I'm checking my boarding pass. Oh, I'm in zone ZQ seat F111. Where the heck is that? That's holding on to that's outside the plane. I got to just hang on to the tail for 3.5 hours, unless you want to pay extra. Did you want to come inside the plane? Oh, that's extra. And did you want to sit? That's extra. Anyway, I'm getting off track. Southwest Airlines announced leaving their loyal customers outraged when they were going to do away with the 2 free check bags. It's now going to cost you money to check your bag like it does everywhere else. Also, Southwest Airlines announced it's going to end its travel credits never expire. In other words, your mileage that you're building up towards your next ticket or whatever previously never expired. You could always accumulate miles. Well, not anymore. Travel credits will expire 12 months from the date of the ticket purchased. Changes going on to Southwest Airlines. What's the reason to even fly them anymore? I mean, what's to be attracted to Southwest Airlines if they now are charging for bags and they are now expiring your mileage? Is it the I don't know. Maybe you're a Southwest airline person and you really like them, but they've just become like every other airline now. It's going to cost you extra to do this and that. This story from the U.S. Sun. I know it's not a real news thing, but it's fun. J.D. Vance broke the Ohio State's college football trophy. J.D. Vance, I feel bad for him because I would have broke it too. Who knew the trophy was in two parts? But this is going on at, I assume, the White House. The news says it's an embarrassing moment for J.D. Vance when he drops the college football trophy during Ohio State's White House visit. Yes, so it is at the White House. And I'm watching the video, and they're doing this whole big thing. Trump's there. J.D. Vance is there. Trump doesn't touch the trophy, but J.D. Vance wants to pick it up and show it. And J.D. Vance, he picks it up by the base, which I would do too, and the top part of it falls off. Like, I don't blame J.D. Vance. He didn't know that it was a two-piece trophy. It looks like an entire trophy, and he goes to pick it up, and the thing falls apart. A bad fumble, says the headline. Embarrassing. I don't know if it's embarrassing, but I don't know if it's... but the blurb that I read said, J.D. Vance breaks college football trophy. That's not accurate. He didn't break it, but it is a two-piece trophy, and I don't think the vice president knew that. And when he went to pick it up and hoist it and show it, it fell into two pieces. He's like, whoop, sorry, Ohio State. Let's take a quick break, come back with the final segment of the final hour of a Tuesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show right after these.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust in wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
One more time before you wake up in the wild. In your eyes, I see a flower slowly dying.
Together with the Nature Conservancy, you have the power to make a difference. For unspoiled nature, for beautiful wildlife, and for people everywhere. Together, we can find a way to ensure that all life on Earth can thrive.
Oh, in the wild, you're gonna make it. The moonlight is here to take you.
Our natural world needs us now. Every day, we lose more lands, waters, and the wild species that depend on them. To learn more, visit nature.org today.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Welcome back. As we race toward the finish line this morning, I'm a little bit jealous as I look at our analytics, our numbers. I'm able to see just about in real time how many people are watching our YouTube video cast, how many people are watching the Facebook Live stream, and how many people are on our homepage. There are many ways you can drop in on the program, and I can see you. I see you. I'm able to see how many eyes on and ears on we have on the show, and I'm aware of the numbers, the statistics. I'm not aware of later how many people download the podcast, although that I could be, I guess, if I looked into it. We also have a podcast on all your favorite podcast platforms. We're also on statewide radio. We're in the Jackson area on KJAX. I know that. Hello, all you KJAX country listeners. So there's lots of ways folks can join us, and there are ways I can look at the numbers, and the numbers are pretty good. I mean, we're happy with how popular the show has gotten in a short amount of time. We launched in October, but the numbers might not be this good. I'm jealous of the Wyoming legislature's YouTube channel. Leo Wolfson shared with us in a story on the Cowboy State Daily that the YouTube channel for the Wyoming legislature, I can't think of anything more yawn-inducing than to watch state lawmakers make law. Oh, man. A bunch of powdered wigs, harumphing and harumphing, and an occasional gavel, I guess. But, I mean, they're doing the numbers. 220,000 views this year, more than all of 2024. Leo Wolfson speculates that, quote, state politics is becoming more of a spectator sport as more and more people watch live streamed meetings and floor debates. Really? Are you going to tell me that I'm being outdone by the Wyoming legislature? I'm outraged and fairly jealous. Legislative session meets, of course, for 37 days this past session. I'm on every day. Number one. So I'm more loyal as a source of entertainment than the legislative session. But in total, the channel has more than 1.3 million page views, all told, according to the legislature's YouTube analytic report. That sounds impressive. I mean, do we have... I'm not sure. I'm going to ask my bosses whether we're doing any kind of numbers like that. 1.3 million page views overall. Leo Wolfson's story on how lawmaking has become the new orange is the new black and legislative session is the new Netflix or something. People want to tune in to YouTube channel dedicated to the Wyoming legislature. Okay. There's no accounting for people's tastes. I mean, Renee Jean shared earlier this morning that people are suddenly interested in eating animal guts. Yeah, the innards known as offal And how well termed that is. Awful. Sounds exactly what it'd be like to sit down to a plate of intestines. Awful. So I'm not going to judge what people's tastes are, whether it's what do you want to eat for dinner or whether what do you want to watch tonight, honey? Netflix and chill or the legislative session? Oh, man. There's no accounting for people. Who can figure out people? Laramie Boomerang is reporting a second major donor says he is reevaluating his support of the University of Wyoming. You may have heard just last week we had the story about UW President Ed Seidel, who saved his job for now, although a Board of Trustees voted a vote of no confidence for him after he dismissed a very popular dean. How popular was Dr. Cam Wright? It's caused two major donors for the university to say they're seriously considering withholding further funds and further donations. In the case of Alan Gene Humphrey, known as Gene Humphrey, that means more than $2 million a year. That Humphrey says he's not so sure if he's going to open the purse strings anymore. Very upset with the lack of transparency and the dismissal of a popular dean on the campus. Dr. Cam Wright was dismissed by UW President Ed Seidel, and Seidel felt the backlash, definitely felt the heat for it. As evidenced in our stories in the Cowboy State Daily. You can check those out. And Laramie Boomerang reporting that two major donors now say that they're seriously considering a different place to donate their money. Interesting. Well, that's I think that's going to do it for us today. We discussed a lot. We talked about a lot. The fact that it's okay to own a kangaroo in Wyoming with certain restrictions, but you may not want to. Your kangaroo certainly won't want to. We talked about folks that are leaving their job. We got a Park County Animal Shelter director who resigned over cat abortion policies. We talked about the Vita Vu Volunteer Fire Department who all walked off the job. That and so much more we covered on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. And we'll do it again tomorrow. Same time, same place. We'll see you then. Have a great Tuesday, y'all.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming